Chapter 1454. Back then, during the hidden Dragonlist battle, Long Chen had used the Soul Saint Jade, causing the second Supreme Elder to be unable to do anything to him. For Supreme Elders had died together, and the matter had blown up. Even the second Supreme Elder's heart could not take it. Since the establishment of the Punishment Hall, it had never encountered such a huge change. As for Long Chen's strength, this was what terrified the second Supreme Elder the most. He had already sensed that Long Chen's nirvana energy was not inferior to his own. Could it be that this young man had always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? His true strength was in the nirvana tribulation realm. Long Chen's cultivation realm was what confused others the most. Right now, Long Chen's strength was like the power of the world, and also like the power of nirvana. Even a true nirvana tribulation realm cultivator like the second Supreme Elder was confused. Based on Long Chen's combat prowess, he should be in the nirvana tribulation realm. This was the first time the second Supreme Elder faced an opponent of the same level since he reached the nirvana tribulation realm. Furthermore, this was a young genius with unknown potential. The second Supreme Elder gradually became ruthless. He looked at the frightened crowd and then at the relaxed Long Chen. He smiled coldly and said, "You can be proud now, but you do not know that you have already caused a great disaster. My punishment hall is under the command of the highest punishment organization in the Martial God Palace, the Cold Martial Hall. You killed a Supreme Elder of my punishment hall, which is a challenge to the might of the Cold Martial Hall. In less than 3 days, I will report this matter. No matter how talented you are, no matter what backing you have in the Martial God Palace, you will not be able to escape death. Every disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace will be expelled from the true Martial Emperor Palace." When the people below heard this, they all panicked. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he had offended the authority of the Martial God Palace. Clearly, Long Chen could not deal with a giant like the Martial God Palace. If the people of the Cold Martial Hall descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Tuhong and the others had already made up their minds to let Long Chen lead them out of the true Martial Emperor Palace. After all, after this matter, the Evil Dragon Palace's cohesiveness was still unprecedentedly strong. Everyone felt like they had suffered a loss. Hearing the other party spout nonsense, Long Chen could not be bothered to argue with him. He quickly rushed towards the other party and narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. He smiled and said, "The Martial God Palace, huh? Do you think that the Martial God Palace's people can suppress me? Brat, what big words you have there." The second Supreme Elder laughed heartily. This kid was simply the type of person who would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. In his mind, this kind of person would not live long. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more and directly started the battle. This battle was the pinnacle battle in the history of the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen was the first person who dared to challenge the punishment hall. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited. Everyone was guessing if Long Chen could succeed. After all, the other party was a nirvana tribulation cultivator. If Long Chen could deal with the other party, just based on his talent alone, he would be able to obtain a high position in the Martial God Palace. At that time, even the Cold Martial Palace would not be able to stop Long Chen. The Martial Emperor Palace had never lacked geniuses. However, if one could reach the Nirvana Tribulation within 1,000 years, the upper echelons would protect such a person even at the cost of their lives. The intense battle started instantly. The second Supreme Elder gathered all the Nirvana energy in his body. He was like a wolf and a tiger. He also had a special bloodline. It was because of this bloodline that he could survive the Nirvana Tribulation. At this moment, a huge golden snake made of Nirvana energy coiled around the second Supreme Elder. As he punched, the power of the Nirvana Tribulation attacked Long Chen with a divine might. "Insignificant tricks," Long Chen sneered. Not to mention the 9 dragons devouring the heavens, even the god-slaying art could easily break through an attack of this level. He stood on the spot and slashed down with the god-slaying sword. The power of the Nirvana realm swept out, and in the midst of an extremely intense confrontation, he directly cut through the other party's attack. The grey sword chi rushed toward the other party's head. The second Supreme Elder was shocked and quickly retreated. A commotion could be heard from below. Long Chen was able to force the second Supreme Elder to retreat with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was really exciting. The second Supreme Elder was simply a legend in front of everyone. However, today, the legend was easily defeated by Long Chen. "You're courting death," The second Supreme Elder was terrified. He glared at Long Chen and roared, "Thief, so what if you're powerful? My true martial emperor palace will not tolerate the existence of a traitor like you. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you on the spot. Sun Concealing Seal, activate." As he roared, a small fiery red seal rose from his chest and rushed into the clouds. It instantly enlarged and turned into a huge burning mountain that covered the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire evil dragon palace soared to an unbearable level. If the concealing sun seal fell from the sky, it would be enough to destroy the entire building of the evil dragon palace. To the disciples who saw the doctrine artifact for the first time, such a terrifying concealing sun seal could only be described as a god. In their eyes, a warrior like the second Supreme Elder who could control a divine artifact and crush a piece of heaven and earth casually was already a god. "All of you die." The second Supreme Elder's expression was ferocious as he roared. The concealing sun seal that was burning with raging flames fell from the sky and smashed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the sky and earth shook. Long Chen's gaze was awe-inspiring. He didn't panic like the crowd had imagined. He pointed his long sword at the sky and activated the God Slayer art, which he had only comprehended one word. In an instant, sword chi that represented 4 negative auras shot towards the sky. The God Slayer art was the most mysterious. This simple attack split the shrouding sun imprint into 4 pieces in front of countless stunned gazes. Then, it swallowed the shrouding sun imprint. The shrouding sun imprint, which had infinite power, turned into 4 small wooden blocks that fell from the sky. At that moment, the second Supreme Elder's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He stared at Long Chen in a daze without saying a word. His chin trembled as if he had seen a ghost. If he knew that Long Chen had once defeated Wang Chen, whose combat prowess was equivalent to a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivator, in the 9-star Primal Chaos City, who knew what expression he would have? To Long Chen, today's second Supreme Elder was just child's play. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the 4-sword chi of the god-slaying art changed directions and flew towards the second Supreme Elder from 4 different angles. With a few pu chi sounds, both his arms and legs were severed. Blood spurted out and the second Supreme Elder let out a few miserable cries. His complexion was already as pale as paper. Watching the 4 limbs fall, everyone felt like they were dreaming. That indifferent man in the sky, as if he had done something insignificant, was he really so terrifying that he did not even place the martial god palace in his eyes? In everyone's hearts, the martial god palace was above the punishment hall. Long Chen's god-slaying sword pierced the second Supreme Elder's glabella, but he did not manage to stab it in. A gray aura emanated from the lacerations on the second Supreme Elder's limbs, corroding his flesh and causing him to sweat profusely. If not for Long Chen restraining him and being able to take his life easily, he would definitely be screaming in pain. This inhumane torture made him extremely regretful. However, things had already reached the point where they would not rest until one side was dead. The second Supreme Elder suddenly laughed loudly. He glared angrily at Long Chen and said, "Just kill me. The more people you kill, the more miserable your fate will be. The seniors of the Martial God Palace will not let you off. You will definitely not be able to escape the Emperor Star. You will definitely die a tragic death. You are the enemy of my true Martial Emperor Palace." The other people from the Evil Dragon Palace were indeed somewhat worried, but Long Chen would not be fooled. He smiled and said, "Not everything is as you imagine. Old man, the punishment hall has not been in charge of punishment for a long time. Corruption prevails. This is all your responsibility. The first Supreme Elder did not deal with you. Today, I will deal with you on his behalf. As for the Martial God Palace, there is no need for you to worry about it." Seeing that Long Chen was about to kill the second Supreme Elder, the people from the 3 great halls and the punishment hall were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to step forward and could only curse from the side. The gist of it was that when the seniors of the Martial God Palace found out about the crimes Long Chen had committed today, he would definitely die a tragic death. They advised him to repent and quickly release the second Supreme Elder. Before they came, none of them would have thought that something like this would happen. Just at this moment, the sky brightened. Long Chen suddenly smiled and raised his head. In the distance, 3 figures were heading in his direction. The 3 of them quickly arrived before Long Chen. The one in the middle was naturally Wenren Jingtao, who had the highest status. On the left was the Punishment Hall's first Supreme Elder, and on the right was the martial fanatic, Nan Gonglai. When Wenren Jingtao and the others arrived, they were about to say something when the second Supreme Elder roared, "Senior Wenren, save me! My master is your subordinate. Save me!" This brat has no respect for the law and offended his superiors. He killed 4 of our punishment hall's first Supreme Elders and 3 hall masters. He is despicable and should be executed. Senior Wenren, my master is Jiang Jingluan. The evil Dragon Palace disciples panicked even more. The people from the Martial God Palace had arrived so quickly. Even the first Supreme Elder was here. This time, Long Chen was finished. Furthermore, it seemed like the second Supreme Elder was related to the people from the Martial God Palace. The second Supreme Elder's master was actually that person's subordinate. This time, Long Chen was truly finished. The people from the 3 great halls and the punishment hall finally heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Long Chen with schadenfreude. They were waiting for Wenren Jingtao to judge Long Chen. However, to their surprise, Wenren Jingtao frowned and did not even look at the second Supreme Elder. Instead, he said to Long Chen, "Finish what you're doing. The Emperor is waiting for you." The Emperor. Chapter 1455. The Zhenwu Emperor. The first to react was the second Supreme Elder. He held a high position and knew who the name Sovereign Emperor referred to. At first, his mind was in a mess. He did not know what was going on. However, when he saw the first Supreme Elder's stern gaze, he finally understood. The Zhenwu Emperor summoned Long Chen. Indeed, he managed to reach the Nirvana Tribulation Realm at such a young age. There might not even be a genius of this level in the entire Martial God Palace. This Long Chen had already soared to the sky. To think that the second Supreme Elder had gone against Long Chen. The Martial God Palace could not wait to nurture such a genius. Why would they kill such a genius for him? Sovereign Emperor. The second Supreme Elder's eyes filled with despair. Do you understand now? Seeing the second Supreme Elder's despair, Long Chen understood what was going on. If he did not act decisively and let some people live, they would bring trouble to himself or the people around him. The second Supreme Elder was the instigator of the punishment hall's unhealthy atmosphere. Sparing him would only cause more people to suffer. Just kill me. Tears of despair flowed down the second Supreme Elder's cheeks. Amid the despair, Long Chen killed the second Supreme Elder with the God-killing sword without saying anything. Long Chen tossed the second Supreme Elder's corpse to the side of the punishment hall. Then, he looked at the countless cultivators who were retreating in horror. Today, Long Chen had already become their nightmare. Long Chen sheathed the sword in his hand and said in a clear voice, "From today onwards, I will enter the Martial God Palace. However, I do not wish for my evil Dragon Palace's disciples to suffer any harm. If anyone comes looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Of course, my evil Dragon Palace is not a tyrant. If anyone dares to use my name to commit crimes, you can report it to Shinta Hong." He finished speaking. In fact, he did not need to say anything else. Today's actions and the Zhenwu Emperor summoning him had already frightened everyone. The Zhenwu Heavenly Emperor was the god of the Zhenwu Emperor Palace. To be summoned by the Zhenwu Heavenly Emperor, Long Chen was destined to achieve meteoric success. Everyone would be envious of him. For Long Chen to have such a fortuitous encounter, it could only be said that he had already become a super expert of the new generation. To a divine dragon like him, the 3,000 palaces were too small a lake. The first Supreme Elder stood up at this time and said, "I've seen the gist of the matter. I've been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, and I've handed over the responsibility to the other Supreme Elders. As a result, the punishment hall has lost its impartiality. I apologize for my negligence. From now on, I'll make the punishment hall a truly just organization that handles matters according to the rules. Today's matter is a lesson. Long Chen is a peerless genius of our true Martial Emperor Palace. He has already been summoned by the true Martial Emperor." Hearing these words, the strong were flustered, while the weak were filled with hope. The 3,000 great palaces were finally going to be reformed, becoming a just and fair place. This was an extremely good thing, and the person who was going to change this was Long Chen. Everyone looked at this youth with envy and awe. "We can set off now," Wenren Jingtao said with a ferocious smile. "Senior, goodbye," Long Chen said respectfully to the first Supreme Elder. He believed that this elder would manage the 3,000 halls well. the first Supreme Elder said guiltily. Come back to the 3,000 halls when you have time. I still need you to supervise me. I have been too lazy these years. Haha. After bidding farewell to the first Supreme Elder and the evil Dragon Palace disciples who were looking at him with admiration, Long Chen set off for the Martial God Palace. Accompanying him was the martial fanatic Nan Gong Lai. Long Chen had not seen him for a long time. After he set off, he had been with Nan Gong Lai. Although he had become stronger after going to 9-star Primal Chaos City, Nan Gong Lai and Han Yunxing would always be his seniors. If not for them, Long Chen would not have reached this step. I really didn't expect that in just 1 year, you've already reached this level. You've already surpassed us. This speed of improvement is truly unparalleled. However, Long Chen still felt that it was slow, but he did not say it out loud. Wenren Jingtao led the way. He had chatted a lot with Long Chen along the way, so he gave the opportunity to Nan Gong Lai today. As he chatted with Nan Gong Lai, Long Chen mentioned Han Yunxing. He asked, "Why is Uncle Han not here today?" Nan Gong Lai's expression changed at the mention of Han Yunxing. Long Chen sensed that something was wrong. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Nan Gong, what happened to Uncle Han?" Nan Gong Lai had a conflicted and angry expression as he said, "Old Han is missing. I have been looking for him for 2 months, but I could not find him. When I heard that you were coming back, I rushed over to tell you about this. It is not convenient today. I will tell you in detail when the time comes. Go and see the Emperor first. When you come back, I will tell you the whole story." Long Chen was startled, and his anger burned. Someone actually touched Han Yunxing. With Han Yunxing's current realm, of course, he would not leave without saying goodbye. Nan Gong Lai was his old brother for many years. Nan Gong Lai would definitely know what happened between the two of them. Now that Han Yunxing was missing, the so-called disappearance was most likely due to an accident. However, he was not sure yet. Long Chen quickly calmed himself down. He did not dare to jump to a conclusion too quickly. There might be other reasons, but it was not optimistic. The Zhenwu Great Emperor was waiting for him. Han Yunxing had been missing for 2 months. After seeing the Zhenwu Great Emperor, Long Chen had to immediately ask him what was going on. "If someone else did something, I will make sure they die without a complete corpse," Long Chen said to Nan Gong Lai with a cold gaze. Nan Gong Lai nodded. He was originally hot-tempered, but he could hold it in this time. It seemed like his position in the Martial God Palace was not high. That made sense. Most of the people in the Martial God Palace were Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. The two of them at the Martial Path Great Perfection could only be considered to be in the middle. They were only stronger than some genius youths. The Martial God Palace was on the other side of the Imperial Star. However, the three of them were very fast. Soon, they passed by the Divine Palace, Punishment Hall, and other buildings. As Long Chen was talking to Nan Gong Lai, he looked up. The Martial God Palace, which was surrounded by the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, was very close. Each of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns was incomparably huge, soaring into the sky. They formed a circle, completely surrounding the Martial God Palace. On each of these 99 golden demon suppressing pillars, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons carved on them. They coiled around the demon suppressing pillars, looking mighty and domineering. Between the golden demon suppressing pillars, there were 5 different colors of lightning connected. They were gold, green, red, blue, and black. These 5 colors of lightning formed a huge net, completely surrounding the Martial God Palace. Standing in front of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, Long Chen felt the power of heaven and earth. His legs trembled uncontrollably. It seemed like the golden demon imprisonment columns were more complicated than he had imagined. They were arranged in a mysterious formation. Each golden demon imprisonment column contained a majestic power. As the name suggested, it seemed like they were suppressing some kind of demon. These 99 golden demon imprisonment columns have existed for a very long time. They are the symbol of my true Martial Emperor Palace. When I was young, the golden demon imprisonment columns were no different than they are now. It is rumored that there is a secret in these golden demon imprisonment columns. This secret is only known to the Emperor and the 3 martial saints, Wenren Jingtao said ruefully. Then he looked at Long Chen and said, "It seems like this is your first time coming to the Martial God Palace." Long Chen nodded and said, "This junior knows nothing about the Martial God Palace." In that case, let me introduce you. However, you have to follow me into the martial god palace first. Wanren Jingtao laughed heartily. In front of them, between the two golden demon imprisonment columns, there was a 5-colored gate. The gate was strictly guarded. Normally, no one from the 3,000 palaces could enter the martial god palace without permission. Wanren Jingtao was a famous person in the martial god palace. Today, he had brought Long Chen to meet the true martial emperor. This had caused a huge commotion in the martial god palace. Now, the martial god palace was bustling with activity, waiting for Long Chen's arrival. As Wanren Jingtao walked, he introduced, the martial god palace is actually a pagoda with 99 floors. The area of each floor decreases with the increase in level. The first floor is very large, about 150 kilometers in diameter. Everyone in the martial god palace lives in this pagoda. This pagoda is called the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. According to legend, it is the best medial era Dao tool of my true martial emperor palace. It is even close to the ancient era. It is a medial era Dao tool with 9 perfect Dao patterns. It is only one step away from an ancient era Dao tool. However, this is only a rumor. I have lived in this 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda for tens of thousands of years, but I have never seen any Dao tool in it. Long Chen had not seen the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda yet, but he was very curious. A medial era Dao tool turned into a building. If it was real, it must be extraordinary. A Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns was the most precious treasure in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen's god-slaying sword had killed so many experts in Dao tools, but it only had 2 Dao patterns. The strongest Dao tool he had ever seen was the Lingwu Swordmaster's twin swords. They had 8 Dao patterns and were known as divine swords that could split the heavens and earth. Wanren Jingtao saw that he was curious, so he continued, the emperor lives on the top floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Only the emperor and the 3 martial venerables can go there. No one else has the right to go there. Today you have the right. When you enter the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, my ancestor, Wanren Shi, will bring you to see the true martial emperor. The 3 martial venerables. Long Chen was confused. Wanren Jingtao smiled and said, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has 4 sword masters, and the true martial emperor palace has 3 martial venerables. The 3 martial venerables lead the 3 factions of the martial god palace. The ancestor of the Wanren family, Wanren Shi, is one of the 3 martial venerables. Your uncle Nangong, Huang Yu, and the others are all martial artists of Wanren Shi's faction. After this chapter, I have paid back the 33 chapters one owed last time. During the explosive update week, I have received 1 chapter. I will pay it back tomorrow. This month, I've updated 380,000 words, of which 100,000 words were written in bursts. Some readers might think that a dozen or so days are considered bursts of chapters, but let me tell you, before I started writing, 3 chapters were considered bursts of chapters. There's a limit to how much a person can do in a day, unless they have a stockpile of manuscripts. However, I don't have a single chapter. Under normal circumstances, if I write for 10 hours a day, I can at most write 4 chapters. The 4 chapters one write every day are not automatically generated by the computer, but I work hard from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Chapter 1456. 3 Martial Saints. They were the same level as the 4 great swordmasters and were probably very close to the level of the 9 realms lord. They were the strongest in the martial emperor palace, just below the martial emperor. Every martial saint is a character who has been famous for 10,000 years. In the past, they were the absolute geniuses of the true martial emperor palace. They made great contributions to the true martial emperor palace. They are the people that hundreds of millions of cultivators in the true martial emperor palace respect and fear. Every one of them is the pillar of the true martial emperor palace. For example, my clan's ancestor, Wanren Shi, is the legend of my Wanren clan. His cultivation was heaven-defying since he was young. Speaking of the 3 martial saints, even Wanren Jingtao, who was of the older generation, was full of awe and admiration. Long Chen silently remembered these things. It seemed that Wanren Jingtao's position in the martial god palace was not bad. At least, he was stronger than Nangong Lai and the others. After all, there were not many late-stage nirvana tribulation cultivators like Wanren Jingtao in the martial emperor palace. Every one of them was very precious. Otherwise, the Martial Emperor Palace wouldn't have sent Wenren Jingtao to guard the 9-star Chaos City. Following Wenren Jingtao, Long Chen walked through the gate formed by the gold demon suppressing column. In front of him was a vast plain. In the depths of that endless plain, a 5-colored pagoda shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the unreachable void. That was the 5 elements clear sky pagoda that Wenren Jingtao had mentioned, with a total of 99 levels. The entire 5 elements clear sky pagoda was enveloped in the 5-colored clouds of gold, cyan, red, blue, and yellow. Nothing could be seen clearly, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura still made Long Chen feel shocked in his heart. It was as if this 5 elements clear sky pagoda was endless, and there was no top level at all. The top floor was a forbidden area for almost all the Martial God Palace disciples. All the Martial God Palace disciples lived in the 5 elements clear sky pagoda according to their level and strength. The 5 elements clear sky pagoda had the best cultivation conditions in the entire Martial Emperor Palace. As long as one had a place to live, they would surpass their peers by a lot. One could say that every 3,000 Great Hall's martial artists' lifelong wish was to be able to enter the 5 elements vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the towering pagoda that pierced through the colorful clouds. He clicked his tongue inwardly. If this heavy pagoda was a Tao artifact, the controller could easily smash tens of thousands of living beings into meat paste. Moreover, although he was still very far away, Long Chen could feel the toughness of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. He did not even know if the god-slaying sword could cut through it. What you did in 9-star Primal Chaos City shook the entire Martial God Palace. If not for the Emperor summoning you, the experts of the 3 factions would have fought to be your master. After all, everyone knows that you were qualified to enter the Martial God Palace a year ago. You just came back today. Wenren Jingtao sighed. They all know me? Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed like he was already very famous in the Martial God Palace. Lingxi's wish was for him to obtain a high position here. Although there were some things that he was willing to do, Long Chen did not want to give up halfway. Perhaps he could really obtain a position that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could not underestimate. Of course they know you. I guess there are already many people gathered on the first floor of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda, waiting for the arrival of a legendary figure like you. Are you afraid? Wenren Jingtao mocked. What a joke. Long Chen laughed. He had seen all kinds of fights before, let alone today. He believed that the true experts of the Martial Emperor Palace would not be like the others, watching the show. The most important thing in their hearts was the disappearance of Han Yunxing. Long Chen turned his head and glanced at Nan Gonglai. Both of them knew what was going on and quickened their pace. Very soon, they arrived in front of the 5 elements Haotian Pagoda. Only after arriving here did Long Chen realize how huge the 5-element Haotian Pagoda was. It was indeed worthy of being a huge pagoda that could accommodate so many people. The diameter of the first floor was already 300 miles. One could imagine how huge it was inside. At this moment, in front of Long Chen was a boundless wall. The first floor of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda was 50 meters tall. The entire interior was shrouded in gold and jade. The walls of the pagoda were carved with countless lifelike carvings of humans, demons, and other strange species. A large number of disciples of the Martial God Palace had gathered here. The entire 5 elements clear sky pagoda had 99 floors in total. In the center of the pagoda, there was a passageway that ran from the bottom of the pagoda to the top floor. This passageway was 1 mile in diameter. It was the only passageway for the various floors of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. It was called the True Martial Emperor's Way. The True Martial Emperor's Way was vertical. Due to the uniqueness of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda, the higher one went, the greater the suppressive force. Only the 3 martial saints and the true martial emperor could go up to the top floor. As for the other disciples, the weaker ones could only stay in the first 10 floors. The stronger one was, the higher one could go in the true martial emperor's way. The higher one went, the better the cultivation resources. The disciples of the Martial God Palace lived in the 5 elements clear sky pagoda according to their ranks. It was quite interesting. At this moment, from the gate of the first floor of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda all the way to the true Martial Emperor's Road, a large number of Martial God Palace disciples surrounded this place. Most of them had not reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but they were talented enough to enter the Martial God Palace, such as Lu Jin and the others. There were even some cultivators in the 5th or 6th layer of the divine martial realm, but they were generally very young. The martial god palace was a place that only geniuses and experts could enter. As for Long Chen, the name of this genius, he had already spread like wildfire in the martial god palace. Everyone was chattering and discussing among themselves. A year ago, he ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking and entered the martial god palace. After spending a year in the 9-star primal chaos city, he has already reached the nirvana tribulation realm. Maybe he hid his strength back then. No one has ever heard of him undergoing a tribulation before. That is to say, he has probably reached the nirvana tribulation realm long ago. He has been an absolute genius since a long time ago. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel envious. Such a heaven-defying existence would definitely soar after entering the martial god palace. His entry would definitely cause a huge shock to the new generation of the martial god palace. I heard that he defeated Senior Brother Huang Yu in the 9-star primal chaos city. Senior Brother Huang Yu has already admitted this. In addition, he also defeated the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Wang Chen, before he passed the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Wang Chen is a dragon martial artist. With such strength, he must be in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I heard that he is also a dragon martial artist. Moreover, he is not a weak scarlet-horned demonic dragon. He is stronger than Senior Brother Huang Yu, who has the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Jade Qilin. His potential is limitless. Among the new generation, he has become one of the best. I think only those two can compete with him. But even those two have not had the opportunity to be summoned by the Emperor Lord. Summoned by the Emperor Lord. Just these 4 words were enough to make countless people envious. Of course, although they were envious, they still felt at ease in their hearts. After all, the other party had the strength to back it up. From today onwards, the true martial Emperor Palace would also have a dragon martial expert. This was something they should be proud of. When a genius had already surpassed all of them, they could only revere him. The true martial emperor would not be blind to summon Long Chen for no reason. There must be something special about Long Chen. Of course, regarding Long Chen, they were most interested in the matter between him and Lingxi. This Long Chen isn't a bad guy. He's made our true martial palace proud. I heard that the daughter of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lingwu Swordmaster is dead set on him. She abandoned her fiancé and wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lingwu Swordmaster and the others objected and took Lady Lingxi away. However, I believe that with Long Chen's character, he won't let it go. How do you know his character? Someone asked. That slightly older martial artist said, after listening to his deeds and speculating, we will know. What I'm looking forward to is what Long Chen will do next. I heard that they are truly in love with each other. It is truly a spectacular love story. I will support him on this point. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace are not easy to deal with. However, with his addition and the sudden rise of those two, the new generation of the true martial Emperor Palace has completely suppressed the new generation of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They can even compete with the strange fiend race of the Desolate Emperor Palace. A large number of Martial God Palace disciples were waiting for the arrival of the legendary figure in the first floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Those two are from the Slaughter Martial revered Yi Futu and the Silver Moon Martial revered Lin Juanyao's faction. And this Long Chen followed Senior Wenren Shi in the 9-star Chaos City. I think he will join Senior Wenren Shi's faction. Of course. I heard that he has a good relationship with Senior Huang Yu in the 9-star Chaos City. Also, he seems to have a good relationship with the 2 Martial Path Perfection Realm cultivators under Senior Wenren Shi. This time, Senior Wenren Shi brought him to the top floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. The Emperor summoned him. This glory, tisk tisk. Finally, under everyone's envious gazes, Long Chen followed Wenren Jingtao into the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Walking into this magnificent world, Long Chen was shocked. In that instant, tens of thousands of eyes were on him. There were many Nirvana realm experts among them. The divine might created by tens of thousands of gazes was something that ordinary cultivators would find hard to resist. Chapter 1457. Indeed, the appearance and strength of the Martial God Palace's disciples were not on the same level as the 3,000 Great Palaces. This was where the elites of the true Martial Emperor Palace gathered. Only Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts and geniuses were qualified to stay here. In fact, very few of the geniuses were directly selected from the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Most of them were the descendants of powerhouses, and some were brought back from the true Martial Emperor domain by the various powerhouses of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Those who were selected were all outstanding geniuses. There was little jealousy in their eyes, but more respect and admiration. They envied Long Chen for being summoned by Martial Emperor Palace. These experts didn't want to spectate like the youngsters, but they were also observing from afar. Long Chen discovered that there were many Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts on the first floor. The true Martial Emperor Palace was ranked third among the 12 major powers. Including the Devil Dragon Hall, the number of Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts should be far more than 100. There should be at least 500 of them. Martial Emperor Palace was stronger than 2 forces of the 9 realms combined. For example, the Supreme Een Devil World only had 100 to 200 Nirvana Realm experts. Along the way, no one made any noise. They just looked at Long Chen enviously and whispered to each other. The 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda was huge. It was 150 miles from the entrance to Martial Emperor Road. Long Chen followed Wenren Jingtao and quickened his pace. It didn't take long for them to reach the center of the pagoda. In the vicinity, there were basically warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. Many of them looked very young. It seemed that they were not very old. Not far in front of him, there was a huge hole in the ceiling, with a diameter of 1 mile. This was the true Martial Emperor's road that led to the other levels. Long Chen looked from afar and saw a plainly dressed young man standing in the middle of the true Martial Emperor's road, bathed in golden light. This youth looked indifferent as if he was in a trance. He looked much younger than Long Chen. He was only about 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Wenren Jingtao's figure, he could only be described as weak. He was wearing plain clothes with his hands behind his back. He looked at Long Chen silently. His expression didn't change much. However, no one dared to get close to this young man. Occasionally, they would look at him with a face full of reverence. There were even many young people who were quietly sizing up this young man with eyes full of reverence and respect. Nan Gonglai had disappeared into the crowd, and Long Chen remembered Han Yunxing. He and Wenren Jingtao came to the plain young man. Wenren Jingtao's face was full of respect, and he quickly knelt in front of the young man and said, "Reporting to Martial Sovereign, Long Chen is here." Long Chen was suddenly enlightened. So this ordinary-looking youth was actually an ancestor of the Wenren clan, one of the 3 great martial saints, Wenren Shi. Long Chen also hurriedly bowed and said politely, "Junior Long Chen greets Senior Wenren Shi." Even though Wenren Shi looked young, he was actually extremely old. However, his appearance coupled with his slightly serious expression caused him to give off a strange feeling of maturity from a young man. He walked barefoot towards Long Chen and looked Long Chen up and down. There was a look of approval in his eyes. He held Long Chen's hands and helped Long Chen up. He said, "The Emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you up now." Wenren Shi did things in a clean and direct manner. Before the crowd could see enough of Long Chen, Wenren Shi took him up the true Martial Emperor's road and flew up. In the process of ascending, Long Chen looked around and saw that he had gradually passed the 2nd level of the 5 Elements Haotian Pagoda, the 3rd level, all the way to the 10th level. The height of each level was about 50 meters. The higher he went, the more pressure he felt. This kind of pressure was not only present in the true Martial Emperor's road, but also in every level. In reality, if a disciple could reach the 20th floor in the true Martial Emperor's road, he could cultivate and live in the 10th floor at most. The 20th floor was his limit. In the entire Martial God Palace, only the 3 martial sovereigns could reach the top. However, this did not mean that the 3 martial sovereigns could live and cultivate at the top. With Wenren Shi holding onto his arm and bearing the pressure for him, Long Chen basically didn't feel any pressure at all. Seeing that he was climbing higher and higher, Long Chen counted in his heart. He was already close to the 50th floor. After the 50th floor, Long Chen could see that there were not many cultivators left. "Raging waves, you can only cultivate in the 50th floor at most," Wenren Shi suddenly said as they advanced. "Oh!" Long Chen nodded. This was also to say that with his situation, being able to persist around level 30 or so was already considered pretty good. Even if he mustered up all his strength, he could only rush up to level 50 or so. The ranks of experts were arranged very clearly in the 5 Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda. I usually stay near the 80th floor. In the entire true Martial Emperor Palace, Only the 3 of us martial sovereigns can cultivate there, she continued. As for the 99th floor, he would need to expend some energy to rush up. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 80th floor. If she had not used his immense energy to surround him, he would have been crushed by the pressure. However, she was still very relaxed. He continued to lead Long Chen up. After that, he did not say anything else. When they reached the 90th floor, he said, "In a while, Lin Junyao will bring you to see the Emperor Lord. She is someone who accompanies the Emperor Lord all year round." Lin Junyao was another one of the 3 martial sovereigns. From this name, Lin Junyao should be a woman. She had just finished speaking when a woman appeared above the true martial emperor path. This woman descended from the sky. She did not look very old, and her clothes were not extravagant. They were very plain. This seemingly simple young lady should be one of the 3 martial sovereigns, Lin Junyao. Long Chen did not know how to describe this woman. She looked very ordinary at first glance. She was very simple and gentle, but she had a magical charm that made people feel close to her. Every frown and smile of hers was eye-catching. She had a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in people's hearts. However, they would not reject her. She was like a big sister next door that made people's hearts filled with respect. "Leave it to me," Lin Junyao said to Shi. She extended her lily-white hand and grabbed Long Chen's wrist. She gently pulled Long Chen to her side. Shi's palm was warm, but Lin Junyao was as cold as snow. He did not feel any warmth at all. Long Chen sobered up a little and said, "Greetings, Senior Martial Sovereign." Lin Junyao had a smile on her lips the entire time. At this moment, Shi did not say much and went down directly. "I will bring you to see the Emperor Lord now." Lin Junyao extended her hand and pulled Long Chen up. Long Chen looked up and saw that the top of the true martial emperor path was above the 98th floor. There was a 5-colored whirlpool above it. Lin Junyao stopped at the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda on the 98th floor and said to Long Chen, "The Emperor Lord is in the middle of that 5-colored whirlpool. Remember, after you enter, do not move. Just listen to the Emperor Lord's words." Her voice was quiet and gentle, making it impossible to resist. Long Chen nodded subconsciously. An expert of Lin Junyao's level was probably stronger than Shi since she could stay by the true martial emperor's side. She was probably very close to the demonic dragon palace master's level. Long Chen had been very lucky recently. The warriors he had seen were basically all at the peak of the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. For example, the demonic dragon palace master, the 4 major sword masters, the 3 major martial sovereigns, and now he was even going to see the true martial emperor. After Lin Junyao finished explaining, she held Long Chen's hand and asked Long Chen to close his eyes. Then, she gently threw Long Chen into the 5-colored whirlpool. Long Chen's body quickly disappeared into the 5-colored whirlpool. Lin Junyao looked at the 5-colored whirlpool and murmured, "What a magical child." He actually alarmed him. If Lin Junyao and the other 3 major martial sovereigns were legends, then the true martial emperor was a legend among legends. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen entered the 99th level of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. There were only a few people in the entire true martial emperor palace who could set foot here. This was the place where the true martial emperor of the past generations had stayed. Before he entered, Long Chen felt an enormous pressure that almost crushed his body. He was about to vomit blood. Fortunately, the pressure disappeared and he entered a new world. The Emperor Star was already in a small universe realm. The highest level of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda should be another small universe realm. It could be considered a world within a world. Long Chen obeyed Lin Junyao's instructions and only opened his eyes after entering. Before him was a world of primal chaos. Mist rose up, making it seem as if he was in a fairyland. There was white mist everywhere. When Long Chen's eyes widened and he saw his surroundings clearly, a look of shock and surprise appeared on his face. This seemed to be a huge world. Long Chen was floating in the center, and below him was a sea of lava. The lava was fiery red, and raging flames were burning on it, stretching as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to it. He looked up and found that there was an ocean above his head. The seawater did not fall down. Instead, it gathered in the sky as though it was gravity itself. The waves surged and countless seawater rolled, making rumbling sounds. At the place where the ocean and lava converged, there was actually a vast yellow land. The yellow soil was thick, and it was hard to see how vast it was. Above the yellow soil, there was an indescribably huge ancient tree that soared into the sky. The huge crown of the tree covered half of the sky, and it directly pierced into the ocean in the sky. At the end of the ocean, there was a golden mountain peak that emitted a dazzling light. Its size was even larger than the ancient tree that soared into the sky. This world. I would like to recommend a new work, Beheading the Emperor. It needs to be put on the shelves in November. I'm still lacking some collections. I hope my brothers can help add it to the shelves. Chapter 1458. Before entering, Lin Junyao had told him not to move around. Flames, oceans, ancient trees, yellow soil, and golden mountains. This was a world of the 5 elements. One look at those flames and oceans and one could tell that they had immense destructive power. Long Chen guessed that this 5 elements clear sky pagoda was definitely a Dao artifact. Furthermore, it should undoubtedly possess 9 Dao patterns. This world should be the core of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. The power of the 5 elements was concentrated here. If Long Chen moved, he might be attacked. Therefore, he simply stood where he was and waited for the arrival of the legendary Xuanwu Great Emperor. Child. Shortly after Long Chen entered, an empty, old, lifeless voice came from all directions. This voice made one's hair stand on end, but it was not malicious. It was just unpleasant to the ears, as if it had come from an old corpse. Long Chen found that he could not find the source of the voice. This should be Xuanwu Great Emperor. But where was he? Long Chen put aside other thoughts and hurriedly said respectfully, Junior Long Chen greets the Emperor. Xuanwu Great Emperor's voice came again. He seemed to be laughing with satisfaction, but it still made one's hair stand on end. It was as if a corpse was laughing. Long Chen looked around and was sure that the voice came from all directions. Xuanwu Great Emperor was hiding in this world, but he did not seem ready to show himself. Perhaps there was some inexplicable reason. Long Chen did not press the issue. He quietly waited for Xuanwu Great Emperor to speak. I know many things about you. The voice came again. Please speak, Emperor. Long Chen had many doubts about Xuanwu Great Emperor's summons, but he had a keen feeling that this was not a bad thing. Xuanwu Great Emperor's voice came again. His tone was very calm, or perhaps it did not exist at all. He said, You have met the city lord of the wronged, right? Sure enough, it was about the city of the wronged. Long Chen remembered that Xuanwu Great Emperor's rise had something to do with the city of the wronged. Yes, I walked out of the Black Castle alive. Long Chen didn't hide anything and said directly. Oh! Great Emperor Xuanwu let out a long sigh. He suddenly said, I know that you took the Emperor's soul of Xuanwu. It was something I lost years ago, but I didn't expect it to fall into your hands by chance. In fact, after I lost it, I regretted it. If someone else had found it, his plot could have continued to be realized. But now that I've seen you, I'm relieved because the mark and plot that belonged to him have been removed from the Emperor's soul of Xuanwu. Long Chen was shocked. As expected of Xuanwu the Great. Even the mark of the city lord of the wronged had been removed from the Xuanwu Emperor soul. At the same time, Long Chen also knew about the Xuanwu Emperor soul. This was the process. No wonder Xuanwu the Great was looking for it. So, was he going to take back the true martial emperor spirit now? Just as this question appeared in Long Chen's mind, Xuanwu Great Emperor suddenly said, The person who helped you remove the puppet mark must be your father. Sovereign Emperor also knows my father? Long Chen was taken aback. Great Emperor Xuanwu laughed bitterly. I've only heard of him, but I've never seen him in person. From this, it seemed that Xuanwu Great Emperor was still in awe of Long Qinglan. Long Chen thought to himself, since he knows how powerful my father is, he won't harm me. He might even treat me very well. I don't have to worry about the Emperor's soul and the god-slaying sword being taken away by him. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed when he thought of this. He's an extraordinary man of his generation. Unfortunately, his temper is strange and his strength is unknown. He rarely shows himself. You're his son. It's reasonable that you've achieved so much at such a young age. You've joined my true martial emperor palace and obtained the emperor soul. You and I are fated to meet. May I ask where your father is now? Long Chen's mind raced. Xuanwu Great Emperor's motives were unclear. His father was something he was afraid of. If he told him that Long Qinglan might really be dead, He wouldn't know how Xuanwu Great Emperor would react. So he thought for a moment and said, "My father's whereabouts are strange. He's only appeared in front of me once in the past 10 years. I don't know where he's gone and I can't contact him." This answer was very clever. It made Long Qinglan a person whom Xuanwu Great Emperor feared. In this way, this strange Xuanwu Great Emperor would probably have some misgivings about Long Chen. Of course, perhaps Xuanwu Great Emperor didn't have such intentions at all. He was just here to admire a junior. At this time, Xuanwu Great Emperor sighed. "A great disaster has befallen us. I summoned you here today because I wanted you to discard the Emperor's soul, but I didn't expect your father to have erased the puppet imprint. I was overthinking things. However, you're related to the City Lord of the Wronged. I'm afraid you'll become his primary target when the disaster comes." Great disaster. Long Chen suddenly remembered that the 10 Ghost Kings had taken away the human head statue in the Chaotic Kingdom. He told Xuanwu Great Emperor about this and then asked, Emperor, what does the City Lord of the Wronged have to do with the great disaster you mentioned?" Xuanwu Great Emperor sighed. "It's a part of the City Lord of the Wronged's corpse. He already has enough power to reconstruct his body. In a few days, he'll be able to return to his former glory. Come to my true martial Emperor Palace." "Who exactly is this City Lord of the Wronged?" Long Chen was alarmed and asked hurriedly. "He must be a city lord of a city in the eternal sacred realm. He committed a great crime and the entire city was slaughtered. The City Lord of the Wronged was dismembered and imprisoned in the eternal hell of the lower world. The others in the city were also sealed with a strange secret art and turned into ghosts. They'll be chained for life until they die. The City Lord of the Wronged is a prisoner of the eternal sacred realm." Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. So that was how it was. No wonder he could sense the aura of humans from those ghosts. The changes in the dynasty also proved this point. Those strange ghosts, and even the 10 great Ghost Kings, must have been humans in the past. It was only because they had been sealed that they had turned into these ghostly things. If the City Lord of the Wronged recovers, given his hatred for the eternal sacred realm and the world, he will bring a catastrophe to the 3 regions and 9 realms. I, Xuanwu Great Emperor, will bear the brunt of it. Do you know why? Xuanwu Great Emperor asked helplessly. Long Chen quickly asked, "I'd like to hear the details." Xuanwu Great Emperor's voice came from afar. "That's because the people who sent him to the lower world and sealed him in the eternal hell are the factions that the ancestors of the 3 regions and 9 realms established in the eternal sacred realm. You should have seen the 99 golden demons suppressing columns of our martial god palace. They suppress the heart of the City Lord of the Wronged, which is also the most important part of his body. If he regenerates his body, he'll come to our Xuanwu Great Emperor Palace immediately to take his heart back." Long Chen was shocked. He could not remain calm. If that was the case, the Xuanwu Great Emperor Palace and even the 3 regions and 9 realms would face a great disaster if they could not stop the City Lord of the Wronged's rebirth. Given the City Lord of the Wronged's character, he might even cause a great disaster. Long Chen remembered how many people had died to the mouths of those ghosts in the City of the Wronged. Is there no way to stop that guy's rebirth? Long Chen asked after some thought. At the same time, he understood that Xuanwu Great Emperor must have a reason for telling him all this. Perhaps he wanted Long Qinglan's help, but Long Chen knew that Long Qinglan would not appear this time. There is no other way. He has prepared for more than 100,000 years just for this moment. There is no way to stop it, Xuanwu Great Emperor said in a hoarse voice. Long Chen fell silent. To be honest, the City Lord of the Wronged was so strong. He did not know how many ghosts he had under his command. If those ghosts entered the world, the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms were not all strong. Given the characteristics of those ghosts that ate people to become stronger, it might really become a great catastrophe for the 3 regions and 9 realms. If that happened, the people would be in a terrible situation. The City Lord of the Wronged had been sealed by the ancestors of the 3 regions and 9 realms. If the people of the City Lord of the Wronged died, the resentment in his heart would be enormous. At that time, his desire for revenge, it was unimaginable. As a member of the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen also felt the heavy pressure. Xuanwu Great Emperor was the leader of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Perhaps his heart was even heavier. I am telling you all this mainly to let your father know. If you have the means, pass the message to him. At this point, I have no choice but to think of other ways. But if you cannot contact your father, then there is no other way. Child, you were born in the 3 regions and 9 realms. If there is a catastrophe, you will also have to bear a part of the responsibility. In the face of disaster, everyone has a responsibility. Long Chen knew that Zhenwu Great Emperor had painstaking efforts, but he really could not do anything about Long Qinglan. Of course, he also had some connections with the City Lord of the Wronged. If the City Lord of the Wronged really made things difficult for him, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "Emperor, I will try my best to help my father, but don't hold too much hope. The last time he told me that he was going to leave, but if it was me, I would definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Very good. Zhenwu Great Emperor had received a satisfactory answer. He said, "You are from the eternal sacred realm and grow at an astonishing speed. I hope that you can make great progress in the next few years. With your talent, you might be able to turn the tide in a few years. As for the situation of our 3 great imperial palaces, I was already a dead man. I only held on until now because of the matter of the City Lord of the Wronged. That person from the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace chose to reincarnate and lost everything. As for that giant beast from the desolate Imperial Palace, he has never cared about anything. I guess when the time comes, he will be the one we can rely on the most." These words were more like Zhenwu Great Emperor muttering to himself. Chapter 1459. Rebirth wasn't a simple matter. Even the City Lord of the Wronged would need a few years to complete it. The exact time was uncertain, but it was certain that he would arrive at the true Martial Emperor Palace first. It will be a battle to the death, so from today onwards, the true Martial Emperor Palace will prepare for that battle, Emperor Zhenwu said in a hoarse voice. He gave Long Chen the impression that he was on the brink of death. He didn't know how much combat power he could display in the future. Emperor Zhenwu had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his lifespan had long since come to an end. He would definitely find a way to delay the arrival of the 1,000-year time limit, but at the same time, he would be greatly restricted. After all, the 1,000-year time limit was set by the heavens. After that, the two of them remained silent. Long Chen thought that he had finished and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the other party suddenly said, "I wonder if you're interested in the position of Sacred Martial Emperor." Long Chen had only heard of Emperor Zhenwu, but not Sacred Martial Emperor. He asked, "Sacred Martial Emperor? What is that?" From the name, it should be a high position in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Zhenwu Great Emperor didn't answer directly. Instead he said, "The previous generation's Sacred Martial Emperor died during the Nirvana Tribulation 1,000 years ago. The Zhenwu Emperor Palace hasn't had a Sacred Martial Emperor for 1,000 years. In the past few years, I've discussed with the 3 martial honors and decided to select a Sacred Martial Emperor. If you turn back at this juncture and ask Wen Shi to recommend you, fight for it yourself." If even Emperor Zhenwu thought so highly of him, Long Chen guessed that Sacred Martial Emperor's position was even higher than the 3 martial sovereigns. Seeing Long Chen's confusion, Emperor Zhenwu said, "Sacred Martial Emperor is my successor. If I die, you will be the new Emperor Zhenwu." Long Chen held his breath when he heard this. Emperor Zhenwu, to the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms, this was an incredibly high position. It represented boundless glory and godly might. Long Chen had learned about the eternal God domain, and his horizons were very high. But in his heart, he was still filled with reverence for the position of Great Emperor Zhenwu. He had never imagined that Great Emperor Zhenwu would trust him so much that he would let him take on the position of super godhood, which would inform the billions and billions of citizens of the Zhenwu imperial domain. Therefore, for a moment, he was stunned. The Sacred Martial Emperor was a unique tradition of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Even the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Desolation Emperor Palace didn't have such a system. Mo Xiaolang was the son of the Desolation Emperor and was respectfully addressed as the Imperial Prince. However, there was no system that stipulated that the Imperial Prince would be the new Desolation Emperor after the death of the Desolation Emperor. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't even have the tradition of the Imperial Prince. However, the true Martial Emperor Palace was different. Every generation of the Sacred Martial Emperor was actually the Crown Prince. It all depends on you. If you are willing to serve the millions of people of my true Martial Imperial domain and dare to take on this great responsibility, I will give you a chance to compete. Every generation of Sacred Martial Emperor is a glory, and my time is coming to an end. If you have the determination and perseverance to take on this great responsibility, and this sense of responsibility, then tell Wen Shi. Long Chen calmly pondered for a while. He understood that the position of Sacred Martial Emperor, although it meant that he would soon control the entire true Martial Emperor palace, his name would soon spread throughout the ages, and no one would dare to underestimate him. It also meant a heavy responsibility. Especially with the imminent catastrophe of City Lord of the Wronged, it meant that he would soon rush to the forefront of the battle. For the sake of the true martial imperial domain, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. This was a major decision. He had just arrived and his foundation was not stable. He didn't feel a sense of belonging to the true martial emperor palace as he did to the myriad kingdom's domain. Therefore, he was very hesitant. On one hand, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to take on such a great responsibility. On the other hand, he felt that it was his duty to do so. Go back and think about it. However, if you really are the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, I think the 4 great sword masters won't dare to underestimate you anymore. You and the reincarnated sword soul old ghost should have more hope. The old ghost's reincarnation this time involves many secrets that I don't know about. Long Chen was a little surprised. Even the true martial emperor didn't know about the secrets involved. Could it be that the matter of Lingxi's reincarnation wasn't as simple as he thought? He's right. If I can become someone like the sacred martial emperor, I'll be second only to one and above tens of thousands. I'll be able to command the entire true martial emperor palace and possess great strength. When I arrive at the Sword Soul Emperor Palace, no one will dare to underestimate me anymore. The matter of Lingxi and the great responsibility that he needed to shoulder made Long Chen have some thoughts about the sacred martial emperor. Of course, he still needed to think about it. Go, I have to sleep. The true martial emperor sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, a force appeared out of thin air and brought Long Chen out of the 5-colored vortex. This short journey was like a dream. Long Chen was a little dazed. It took him a long time to recover and process the information he had received. At the same time, he felt a smooth hand grab his wrist and pull him down into the huge true martial emperor road. Long Chen didn't need to look to know that Lin Junyao was protecting him. Otherwise, the pressure here would have been enough to make his body collapse. Indeed, experts couldn't be looked down upon. Lin Junyao didn't ask anything, but Long Chen saw Wenren Shi. Lin Junyao smiled sweetly and said to Wenren Shi, "Don't be nervous. You can have your man back." Wenren Shi smiled awkwardly and continued to lead Long Chen down. After taking 2 steps, Wenren Shi asked, "Long Chen, did the Emperor Lord tell you about the Sacred Martial Emperor, also known as the Young Emperor?" Although the Sacred Martial Emperor wasn't necessarily stronger than the 3 Martial Venerables, his status was indeed second only to the Emperor and above billions of people. Also known as the Young Emperor, it was the dream of countless experts of the new generation. At the very least, any martial artist under the age of 5,000 could become a young emperor. Of course, those with great potential and strength had priority. The greater the potential, the greater the chance. The Emperor Lord said that I can fight for it if I want to. Long Chen understood that he was following Wenren Shi. It seemed like there was competition between the 3 martial venerables. It wasn't as harmonious as he had imagined. Wenren Shi naturally took Long Chen in. Having someone to protect him in the martial god palace was a good thing. Wenren Shi was a good person, so Long Chen simply went with the flow. In any case, his goal was to cultivate and become stronger. The sacred martial emperor is the dream of all martial god palace disciples. You don't have to think too much about becoming the next emperor. After all, it's everyone's dream. The competition is very fierce. If you want to, there are 2 opponents that you have to pay attention to. They are the experts of the new generation of the true martial emperor palace. They are even stronger than Huang Yu. Long Chen was very curious about whether there were geniuses like Wang Chen in the true martial emperor palace. Wenren Shi chuckled and said, "Actually, a few months ago, the situation of our martial emperor palace was similar to that of the sword spirit emperor palace. There was a young martial artist from Yi Futu's faction who was known as the Little Martial God. He was recognized as the strongest expert of the new generation of the true martial emperor palace. He was as famous as Wang Chen of the sword spirit emperor palace. Below the Little Martial God, there were people who were at the martial Dao perfection realm. They were extremely talented and had various bloodlines. There were a few who were at the same level as Huang Yu. However, because of the emperor's spiritual chi tide, the situation of the new generation of geniuses has changed. Yi Futu was one of the 3 martial venerables. He was known as the Slaughter Marshal Venerable. Just by hearing this name, Long Chen could tell that he was a peerless god of slaughter. Before the Emperor's spiritual chi tide, the true Martial Emperor Palace was the same as the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. There were many experts. The little martial god from Yi Futu's faction was a super genius. The Emperor Spiritual Chi Tide. Did someone pass the Nirvana Tribulation? Long Chen guessed. This was because Wang Chen and Mo Xiaolang had both entered the Nirvana Tribulation on that day. As one of the three great Emperor Palaces, the true Martial Emperor Palace probably had some geniuses who were stuck there. Wan Renshi nodded and said, "That is indeed the case." As expected, the little martial god passed the Nirvana Tribulation and stepped into the Nirvana Tribulation realm, causing his strength to skyrocket. However, what is surprising is that there is an unknown little girl from Lin Juanyao's lineage who also passed the Nirvana Tribulation and became a Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivator. You are very familiar with this little girl. She is your old rival, and her name is Feng Jilin. Because of her appearance, the little martial god also has an opponent, he. Wan Renshi looked like a teenager, but he spoke very maturely. Her. Long Chen was startled. When they separated, he killed the one in Feng Jilin's body. He didn't expect that Feng Jilin and Yang Lingqing would both benefit from a disaster. Now that he thought about it, he should go to Yang Lingqing's place. Wan Renshi said, "Yes, I know that she was once fused with a divine martial soul. Later, she benefited from a disaster and obtained his Dao seal. That's why she could enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm so easily. Of course, it's very difficult for a martial artist like her to pass the Nirvana Tribulation, but she had the willpower to endure it. She's a good child. She has a strong heart and is even stronger than some men. Nowadays, the children call her the Witch of Wind, he. This was the extent of the great Tao of Soul Fusion's help to Feng Jilin. She still had to rely on herself for the rest of her cultivation. You can defeat an ordinary Nirvana Tribulation martial artist, so this little girl shouldn't be difficult to deal with. However, the child Yi Futu adopted has a special constitution and a strange undying body. I've seen him before. He's practically unkillable. Even if his head is crushed, he can still come back to life. His body's recovery ability far surpasses that of an unparalleled golden body, and his fighting will is extraordinary. Although this little martial god is a little brawny and simple-minded, he won't be easy to deal with. And this time, Yi Futu clearly wants him to become the Holy Martial Emperor. Oh! Long Chen nodded. Actually, he was still hesitant. Was he able to take on such a great responsibility? The city lord of the wronged had brought about a catastrophe. This chapter was about the explosive week. Currently, it had 5,900 votes. 2 chapters had been uploaded, and there were almost 3. Brothers make up for it. Of course, it's fine as long as everyone is happy. Votes are a form of enthusiasm. We authors don't rely on this to earn money. Chapter 1460. In fact, Long Chen wasn't very interested in the so-called Little Martial God and the Wind Witch. Although others coveted the position of Sacred Martial Emperor, he was more concerned about Han Yunqing. After meeting true Martial Great Emperor, it was time to deal with this matter immediately. Speaking of which, some things are very interesting. The number 1 of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation is called Wang Chen, and the Little Martial God of our true Martial Emperor Palace is called Yang Chen. You have great potential. And your name is Long Chen. Could it be that your talent is outstanding because your name is Chen? This was just a coincidence, and there were so many people in the world. The word Chen had been used too much, so Long Chen didn't care much about it. However, this little martial god Yang Chen had the same name as him, which was also a kind of fate. Long Chen realized that he was going against a guy with a similar name to him in this life. While talking, Wan Renshi had already brought Long Chen down to the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda's 30th floor. From here on, he didn't need to help Long Chen anymore. He said, "Jingtao is waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Go over there and he will introduce you to your future cultivation and life in Martial God Palace." Thank you, Martial Sovereign. This kind of person who was rarely seen by ordinary people had served Long Chen for so long today. Long Chen was quite grateful. The 3 martial sovereigns were the top figures in the entire True Martial Emperor Palace. When Long Chen first joined True Martial Emperor Palace, he could only look up to such people. Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators were also legends. After speaking, Wan Renshi put down Long Chen and disappeared. Long Chen descended from True Martial Emperor Road alone. At this time, there were many people on True Martial Emperor Road, but when Long Chen moved alone, not many people noticed him. Each floor was about 50 meters wide. Because of the huge pressure, he couldn't move too fast. It took Long Chen some time to return to the third floor. The Five Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda had a total of 99 levels. The higher one went, the smaller the space. The first level's diameter was a full 300 miles, and the third level was only a little less. Sure enough, Wenren Jingtao was waiting for him. As soon as he saw him, he welcomed him with a forthright smile. "Little fellow, greet the emperor, right?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes, where is my uncle Nangong? I want to see him." Wenren Jingtao was surprised. This Long Chen was really impatient, looking for Nangong Lai as soon as he came back. He smiled and said, "You're so close to Nangong Lai, of course I thought about it. The third floor is our base, and Nangong Lai lives here too. I arranged for you to stay next to him. Come with me." Wenren Jingtao looked rough, but he was quite meticulous in his work. Long Chen followed his footsteps and flew forward. The first level of the Five Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda was empty, but from the second level onwards, it was filled with buildings of all sizes. The area within 150 miles was where the Martial God Palace disciples lived. There weren't many Martial God Palace disciples, so there wasn't a shortage of space. Wenren Jingtao introduced, although the Five-Element Clear Sky Pagoda has 99 floors, only the largest first 10 floors are where the cultivators settle down. After all, everyone has old people and children in their family. Not all of them can withstand the upper floors. Starting from the 10th floor, the Martial God Palace stores Dao tools, immortal spirits, and innate Taoist techniques. More importantly, it is a place to cultivate. The higher you go, the better the effects of cultivation. My Wenren Shi's bloodline usually resides in the third floor. So that's how it is. Long Chen had thought about this before. Perhaps only when they were cultivating would they be able to ascend to a higher level of space. After walking around the vast third level for a while, Wenren Jingtao suddenly said, "May I ask if the emperor has any intentions of making you the Holy Martial Emperor?" Wenren Shi had also asked about this. Perhaps it was very important to him. Long Chen nodded and said, "The emperor has indeed said so, but I need to think about it." Wenren Jingtao said, "Then think about it carefully. However, I think a man should take on this great responsibility. Along with the responsibility, you will also have great power and benefits. You will have more room for improvement and enviable cultivation resources. At the same time, I remember that every generation of sacred martial emperors can have a supreme treasure. It seems to be a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. It's a super supreme treasure. In the entire imperial palace, there are no more than 4 such treasures. I only know that the 3 martial venerables each have one. A medieval Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns. To be honest, this was indeed something to think about. Among Long Chen's current Dao tools, the Lingxi sword had no grade, but it was the most lethal. The God-slaying sword was very strong, but it was a little slower in leveling up. It only had 2 Dao patterns. As for the other things, they were nothing. The 9-pattern parchment had already entered his body, and he didn't know where it went. Therefore, if he could obtain a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, it would be a life-saving item for him. Wenren Jingtao said, "I don't know what the 4th Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns is, but I've heard that the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns are actually a set of Dao tools." Long Chen could only sigh at the wonders of the Martial God Palace. The 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda was rumored to be a Dao tool, and the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were also Dao tools. As they spoke, they had already returned to their residence. Wenren Jingtao arranged a courtyard for Long Chen. It was very quiet and should be at the periphery of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. "Go in. Nangong is waiting for you inside. From today onwards, you are a disciple of the Martial God Palace. I have already instructed Nangong to tell you all the basic knowledge and things to take note of. You are new here, so settle down first and familiarize yourself with the environment. If there is any news, I will look for you." Long Chen nodded. After thanking Wenren Jingtao, he left first. Long Chen walked in eagerly and found Nangong Lai sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, drinking wine. When he saw Long Chen, he revealed a helpless smile. It seemed that Han Yunqing's accident was a huge blow to him. "Greetings. Zhenwu Great Emperor. How do you feel? Nan Gonglai smiled, but his smile was somewhat bitter. It was different from his usual carefree manner. Long Chen sat down beside him and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Tell me, what happened to Uncle Han? He has been missing for so long, and he might have met with some mishap. We have to discuss a way to save him as soon as possible." Seeing Long Chen so enthusiastic, Nan Gonglai was very gratified. He started to calm down and recalled what had happened. He went straight to the point and said to Long Chen, "Speaking of which, there is only one clue left." "What is it?" Long Chen looked calm, but his heart was burning with anger. Han Yunxing was an elder he respected. If someone had caused any mishap to happen to him, no matter who that person was, Long Chen would definitely make that person die a horrible death. Based on old Han's character, he has always been a sentimental person, unlike me, who doesn't take women seriously. Because of his previous relationship, he has lost interest in relationships. However, some time ago, I suddenly found that he was quite close to a little girl, who is also a member of Wushan Palace. She is very young, lively, and cute, which is very different from old Han's age. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything between the two of them. They once went out to perform a mission and came back about a month ago. Old Han was a little strange. I had already fallen in love with him, but it didn't seem to be as simple as I thought. He seemed to be a little emotional during those days. I asked him a few times, but he didn't answer me. Then one day, he disappeared. I don't know if he left Wushan Palace without saying goodbye or met with a mishap. Therefore, I think that girl called Fu Linger is the only clue. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts. If Han Yunxing wanted to leave the Wushan Palace, he would definitely tell Nan Gonglai so that Nan Gonglai would not be so worried. Given Uncle Han's character, he would not leave without saying goodbye. So something must have happened. He asked, "What has this girl called Fu Linger been doing recently?" Nan Gonglai knew that Long Chen was smarter than him, so he got to the point immediately. He said, "I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but I heard that this Fu Ling seems to be under house arrest by her father. She can't go out all day. I can't see her even if I want to." "Is that so?" Long Chen thought for a while and asked, "Who is this Fu Linger's father?" Nan Gonglai replied, "He is a Cambrian king of the Cambrian Palace." "Tell me more about the Cambrian Palace." Long Chen had heard of the Cambrian Palace when he was in the 3,000 Palaces. It was a big law enforcement organization of the Wushan Palace. The first Supreme Elder actually came from the Cambrian Palace. Nan Gonglai said, "The Hall of Cold Martial is the law enforcement organization of the Martial God Palace, and they are in charge of the punishment of the Martial God Palace. They have always been impartial. The Hall of Cold Martial has a Hallmaster, who is at the late stage of the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. There are 3 Vice Hallmasters, who are all at the early stage of the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. Below the Hallmaster are 10 Kings of Cold Martial, who are all at the early stage of the second layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. Some are at the early stage and some are at the late stage. Below the Kings are 50 Generals of Cold Martial, who are all at the Hall of Cold Martial. Although there are not many of them, they are all at the Nirvana Tribulation realm and have great power. Fu Linger's father is also one of the Cambrian kings. He is in the second stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm." Long Chen frowned slightly. The current him was still not a match for a second-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert. The gap between each stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm was very big, even between the early and late stages of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Chapter 1461. Long Chen stood up and said, "All right then, let's go visit the King of Cambrian." However, Nan Gonglai felt that it was inappropriate. Long Chen was too anxious to save someone, so he said, "I've been asking around for many days. You just arrived at the Martial God Palace today, and it's not appropriate for you to visit that guy. Furthermore, I heard that this Fu Hai has a bad temper, and he doesn't give you any face. He's a troublemaker, and just because he's strong and powerful, he considers everyone beneath him. If you visit him in such a hurry, he will not let you off easily. Also, there's another matter." Long Chen also felt that what Nan Gonglai said made sense. It had already been a month, and the more anxious he was, the worse it would get. Long Chen had just arrived here, so he didn't understand anything. He had to calm down first. "What is it?" Long Chen asked. Nan Gonglai said, 3 martial saints, 3 big factions. Lin Junyao doesn't really care much, and her faction usually supports the emperor and rarely interacts with outsiders. We all follow Martial Saint Wanren Shi, so we can be considered a low-profile group. However, the other Martial Saint, Yi Futu, who is also known as the Massacre Martial Saint, is a very aggressive person. He always takes the initiative in everything, and he always goes against us. The Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall is one of Yi Futu's disciples, so the Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall is basically loyal to Yi Futu. Therefore, if we visit him, that Fu Hai will definitely treat us as an enemy. It's precisely because he's from Yi Futu's faction that we can't act rashly. Long Chen had thought that the Martial God Palace's law enforcement organization would be fair, but he didn't expect it to be for one person. It seemed like the Martial God Palace was not united against outsiders, but there were many hidden forces. Long Chen had just arrived, so there were too many things he didn't know. He lowered his head and pondered, trying to figure out the situation. In other words, this Fu Hai has a bad temper, and he may not look up to us. It is impossible for us to get any information from him, and if we fight him head-on, it will definitely cause a conflict between the two factions. The other party is from the Hall of Cambrian, and if we fight with the King of Cambrian of the Hall of Cambrian, we will be at a disadvantage. Long Chen finally understood what was at stake here. This matter was much more difficult than he had imagined. Of course, this did not scare him. Nan Gonglai made up his mind and said, I heard that you just came back from 9-star Chaos City and haven't had a good rest. You should stabilize yourself for the next few days. I will go out and inquire about the situation first. We must succeed as soon as possible. I hope that old Han can survive this time. Otherwise, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill the people who harmed him. Nan Gonglai's eyes were filled with hostility. They had been brothers for many years. He didn't want Han Yunxing to die this time. Be careful, Long Chen said. In fact, the anger in his heart was no less than Nan Gonglai's, but at this moment, if he lost his mind, not only would he fail, he might even harm others. Don't worry, I'll go gather some information. I won't die until I'm sure old Han is dead. Nan Gonglai clenched his thick fists, turned around, and left, leaving Long Chen alone. Long Chen stood up and walked into the room prepared for him. Looking out of the window, Long Chen's eyes flashed with anger. Uncle Han, if anything happens to you, I will make everyone involved die with you, no matter who they are. Even if they died, it was not enough to quell the hatred in Long Chen's heart. He respected these two elders from the bottom of his heart, but he did not expect. Since it had already happened, the only way was to solve it. There was no use blaming himself. Nan Gonglai went out to gather information. Long Chen seized the time and sat down to organize his cultivation. Nearly 1/3 of the 100 million apertures have been transformed. According to this progress, it will take me another 2 months to completely reach the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm and build the divine nation. This speed is a little slow. Before building the divine nation, my fighting capacity can at most kill a warrior at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. If I face a warrior at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm alone, I have little chance of winning. Long Chen was very clear about his own situation. Ancient Blood Hell Formation, Extreme Universe Finger, 9 Dragons Devouring Sky, and God-Slaying Art. The power of these moves surpassed that of a warrior at the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially the 9 Dragons Devouring Sky, the final form of the 9 Dragon Scripture, its power was even greater than that of the incomplete God-Slaying Art. The God-Slaying Art could be said to be a real God-Slaying Art. As for the Extreme Universe Finger, it was on another level. If it was used well, it would be enough to determine the victory. In addition to these killer moves, Long Chen also relied on the dual sword technique and the 2 divine swords. The powerful and mysterious Lingxi sword, which directly attacked the god martial soul. Holding it, Long Chen always had a feeling that he was fighting side by side with Lingxi. As for the god-slaying sword, it was the sword of slaughter and the sword of devouring. As long as its level was high enough, it was enough to tear everything apart and strengthen itself. It was about to condense the 3rd Tao pattern. When all the apertures had been transformed, the power of the Nirvana world in Long Chen's body was only equivalent to the 1st level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. There was still a long way to go. However, he could fight against a warrior at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, all because of these powerful killer moves and Tao weapons, as well as his strong body. As for the inherited essence blood of the Void Dragon, vaguely, Long Chen already knew that the essence blood of the void dragon would be used there. Now, all the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon has entered my body. Just a little bit more and my body will be able to absorb all the blood essence and become a young dragon. The blood essence of the void infinity dragon can no longer interfere with my body. Otherwise, the two ancestral dragons will fight for territory, and I will explode and die. Long Chen was very grateful to Long Qinglan, because when he gave Long Chen two kinds of essence blood, he had already thought of a way out for Long Chen. He wanted to create a heaven-defying ancestral dragon warrior with two kinds of essence blood, which was unprecedented. The void astral dragon was different from the primordial blood spiritual dragon. The primordial blood spiritual dragon had a physical body, and he was the embodiment of a powerful physical body. Back then, his body could cover the heavens and earth, and he was the ancestor of slaughter. A sweep of his tail and a thrust of his dragon claws could shake the entire world. However, the void astral dragon was different. He was transparent, illusory, and did not even have a physical body. He wandered the long river of time, and was difficult to fathom. He did not even have a fixed physical body. When Long Qinglan absorbed the void astral dragon's essence blood, the place where the essence blood was inherited was not Long Qinglan's physical body, but his yuan spirit. Therefore, there was no conflict between the essence blood of the void dragon and the ancient blood spirit dragon, under the suppression and mediation of the mysterious dragon Jade. The so-called spirit. A few days ago, Long Chen had some understanding of the cultivation of the nirvana tribulation realm. The God martial soul only belongs to the God martial arts realm. After reaching the 9th level of the God martial arts realm, the nirvana golden wheel will be produced in the body. The nirvana golden wheel is something that transforms the power of the world into the power of nirvana. When a warrior reaches the nirvana tribulation realm, the nirvana golden wheel will be completed and integrated into the God martial soul. The God martial soul will expand, occupy the entire sea of consciousness, and transform into the real form, forming an indestructible spirit. There is a big difference between the primordial spirit dragon and the God martial soul. The primordial spirit dragon contains the essence of the soul and is the amalgamation of a person's thoughts, and comprehension. The body and the primordial spirit together form a person. The body and the primordial spirit are important parts of a person, and neither of them can be missing. The body nourishes the primordial spirit, while the primordial spirit is the brain and comprehension, and the body is the foundation. The primordial spirit controls the body, but it is not a superior and subordinate relationship, but an equal relationship. The inherited essence blood of the primordial spirit dragon occupied my body and transformed it into the body of the ancestral dragon. According to my father's plan, the inherited essence blood of the void astral dragon would eventually enter my primordial spirit, allowing the void astral dragon to hide in the body of the primordial spirit dragon. That way, I would have double the power of the ancestral dragon. Of course, the void astral dragon can only be used after I pass the first nirvana tribulation and form a real primordial spirit. The God martial soul is just a simple soul power, while the primordial spirit is the ultimate path to becoming a god. Long Chen's situation was special. He had not formed the nirvana golden wheel, but his body had already produced the power of nirvana. When he formed the nirvana golden wheel and the nirvana tribulation descended, he did not know what effect his nirvana tribulation would have. Long Chen was looking forward to that moment. Although his nirvana tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying and difficult to pass, it would be a huge leap if he passed it. Not only would he be able to completely absorb the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon and transform into a dragon, he would also be able to form his spirit and use it to accept the essence blood of the void dragon. In this world, could there be someone who was more talented than him? Of course, this was all in the future. Long Chen still had to silently transform the nirvana world energy in his body for the challenge at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. A day passed quietly. Long Chen found that he could not sit still at all. He was too worried about Han Yunxing and did not have the mood to cultivate at all. Therefore, even though he had just arrived, he had to go out and gather information with Nan Gonglai. Otherwise, his heart would only become more and more chaotic. Not long after he left the door, he met Nan Gonglai, who was walking back with a pale face. At that moment, Long Chen's face turned extremely ugly. He supported Nan Gonglai and walked back. After a quick check, he knew that Nan Gonglai had been punched in the chest. His internal organs, meridians, and bones were shattered and his body was severely injured. He had to persevere to walk back, and when he returned, he almost collapsed. Chapter 1462. Without a doubt, Nan Gonglai had gone to Fu Hai's place to gather information and got beaten up. I was too careless and got caught by Fu Hai. That guy caught me and beat me up. Nan Gonglai gritted his teeth. Long Chen had many immortal essences in the Great Void Realm. Nan Gonglai's injuries were too severe today, so he had to use immortal essences. Long Chen took out a kind of immortal essence with one immortal mark called the 10,000-year nascent grass. It had powerful recovery abilities and was specifically targeted at the internal organs. It could transform a person's body into a baby's life force. It would be very beneficial for Nan Gonglai's future cultivation. Seeing that it was actually a celestial essence, Nan Gonglai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Chen, there's no need. How can this rotten life of mine compare to this celestial essence? You keep it first, it will probably be of great use in the future, so don't waste it on me. Refine it. I have a lot of this stuff. I got a lot in 9-star Chaos City," Long Chen said in a deep voice. His beloved uncle had been beaten up. This time, Long Chen could not hold it in any longer. This Fu Hai was so arrogant. Long Chen had to go and take a look. Nan Gonglai couldn't argue with him. He gratefully accepted it and sat down to refine it. Long Chen waited patiently. Half a day later, Nan Gonglai had completely refined the 10,000-year nascent grass. His body was almost fully recovered. He stood up and said, "I didn't think my rotten life would have a chance to use immortal essences. Little Chen, you're growing too fast." Long Chen didn't listen to him. He said, "Since he beat you, I have to go see no matter what. Of course, I won't be impulsive. Just trust me. I think Uncle Han's disappearance has something to do with him. Go now." Nan Gonglai was still hesitant. He felt that Long Chen had a bright future ahead of him. It wasn't worth it to offend someone so soon after coming to True Martial Emperor Palace. "I'll go find Wenren Jingtao and ask him to help." Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He had just arrived here and didn't have much experience. He had to find someone with enough status to hold the fort. "Yes, that's the only thing we can do. I've already alerted them, so I won't be able to find out anything if I stay outside. You have Senior Wenren Shi's support, so they won't dare to do anything to you. I just hope that old Han is lucky enough not to die before he sees you rise." These words made Long Chen's heart ache. He respected Han Yunxing even more. From the moment he entered True Martial Emperor Palace, the other party had treated him very well, but this time, Nan Gonglai led the way, and Long Chen resolutely headed for Wenren Jingtao's residence. Wenren Jingtao had just retreated from 9-star Chaos City and happened to be recuperating. He had some free time, so when Long Chen saw him, he got straight to the point and explained his intentions. After listening, Wenren Jingtao was silent for a while, then said, "I was just wondering why Nan Gonglai wasn't with Han Yunxing. So that guy was tricked. Han Yunxing is also on my side, but with Fu Hai's temper, he will attack at the slightest disagreement. It will be very difficult to get anything out of him, so I can only bring you there to try." Long Chen sneered, "I think it's most likely his doing." Long Chen's status in Martial God Palace wasn't high yet. If it was, he wouldn't care so much and would just kill his way over. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly thought of the Sacred Martial Emperor position. If he became the Sacred Martial Emperor, not to mention Fu Hai, even Yi Futu, one of the 3 martial saints, wouldn't be able to touch him. Cold Martial Hall occupies a total of 2 floors of the Clear Sky Pagoda, the 7th and the 8th. As one of the 10 great cold kings, Fu Hai's talisman residence should be on the 8th floor. "I'll bring you there now." He dared to beat up our people. "I can't let him be arrogant just because of this," Wenren Jingtao said. He was a hot-tempered person, and after being in 9-star Chaos City for so long, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of a cold king. With Wenren Jingtao leading the way, the 3 passed through True Martial Emperor Road and went up to the 8th floor. This was Cold Martial Hall's territory. Of course, there were other martial artists wandering around here. Nan Gonglai couldn't be more familiar with the location of the talisman residence. Under his lead, the 3 soon appeared in front of the talisman residence. Long Chen's heart surged with murderous intent. What he needed now was the truth. If the truth was that Han Yunxing's death was caused by Fu Hai, then he couldn't care less about anything else. In his chest, a vicious aura grew crazily. All of Long Chen's blood was boiling, and his hatred was burning. He thought of everything that Han Yunxing had done for him. Long Chen had sincerely called him Uncle Han, no matter how strong he was. The golden door of the talisman residence was tall and majestic. Coincidentally, when Long Chen's group of 3 had just arrived, the gates of the talisman estate opened, and 2 people walked out amidst a crowd of tens of thousands of people. One was a beautiful and icy young girl in a dark green dress, and the other was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a dense beard on his face. The middle-aged man was full of smiles and made an inviting gesture. He was probably sending the girl out of the residence and coincidentally bumping into Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The beautiful girl, who was talking to the bearded middle-aged man, suddenly felt a burning gaze on her. Her body trembled, and her heart raced. She turned around and indeed, that familiar legendary youth was standing between the 2 experts, looking at her. That pair of cold but penetrating eyes made her feel like she was defenseless. She was not even wearing any clothes. She had no secrets in front of the other party. Even though the people of the Martial God Palace thought she was very noble, in front of the other party, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. However, when they met again, why was he looking at her with a hateful gaze? In fact, Feng Jilin had misunderstood. All of Long Chen's hatred was directed at Fu Hai, who was standing next to her. The middle-aged man, who was tall and had a rough face, was wearing a rich blue robe. He was laughing heartily and hadn't noticed Long Chen and the others. "Senior Fu, I will take my leave first." Feng Jilin ignored the other party's smile. Her figure moved, and her dress fluttered in the wind. She was still cold and beautiful. She stopped in front of Long Chen before standing still and looking at the youth in front of her. She thought that Long Chen had come for her. Long Chen had not expected to meet her here. She had saved him from the hands of the mysterious Nether Hall Master and the Mad Demon Hall Master, and he had helped her survive. There should not be any conflict between the 2 of them. Long Chen's mind was filled with Han Yunxing. When he saw her, he did not think much of it. He said, "Move aside first, I have something to do." Hearing this, Feng Jilin's gaze turned cold. He wanted her to move aside. They had not seen each other for a year. They had met again, but he wanted her to move aside. Long Chen would never know how important he was to Feng Jilin. She seemed to have lived for him. Maybe it was because of competition, she wanted to prove that she was not weak, but there were other complicated emotions. She had achieved what she had today, and what she wanted the most was for Long Chen to see her. She did not expect that after not seeing each other for a year, the first thing he said was for her to move aside. "Are you still so arrogant?" Feng Jilin's enthusiasm seemed to have been poured a bucket of cold water by Long Chen's attitude. Her face and tone became very cold. Long Chen did not know what she was thinking. Fu Hai was right in front of him. Long Chen rolled his eyes at Feng Jilin and walked towards Fu Hai with the other 2. "Stop!" Feng Jilin's graceful body blocked his way. She stared into his eyes and said, "Long Chen, we haven't seen each other for a year, and this is how you treat me. Am I still so worthless in your eyes? Is there something wrong with your brain?" "I have something wrong." Long Chen had already treated her as a friend. He was not in a good mood, and she came out to cause trouble. He really did not know how she had survived if she was so stupid. This made Miss Feng even angrier. She had painstakingly endured the Nirvana tribulation. If she did not have that belief in her heart, she would not have survived. That belief was to prove to Long Chen that she was tough and strong. She wanted him to see her, to praise her, but what she got in return was disregard. Just as Long Chen was about to talk to Fu Hai, Feng Jilin dashed in front of him. A gust of wind rushed towards Long Chen. She danced in the wind, her clothes fluttering. Her cold eyes stared at Long Chen and said, "I heard about your rise in 9-star Chaos City. Your talent is so admirable, but I, Feng Jilin, am not weak either. I have fought with you for so long, but you have never respected me. Long Chen, after a year, do you have the guts to fight me again? I have passed the Nirvana tribulation. I am qualified to be your opponent." Long Chen didn't expect that his words would touch this woman's fragile nerves. He didn't have any ill intentions, but because of Han Yunqing's matter, his killing intent was very strong. Now was not the time to make trouble. He said, "All right, wait for me to settle my business. Don't waste time, now is the time." Feng Jilin hated Long Chen for pushing her matters to the back. He clearly didn't value her. She had done so much just to let this man see her and value her. She was impatient. She looked strong on the outside, but her heart was like glass. Once touched, it would shatter. When she was hot-headed, she loved to mess around. The other party's incessant provocation made Long Chen really angry. He really didn't understand what was in this woman's head. Maybe it was soy milk. He stopped in his tracks. Feng Zhilin had already attacked him without saying a word. This change made Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai feel helpless. Long Chen was immediately entangled by this angry woman. Feng Zhilin would not give up until she won. Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai could only wait. After all, Fu Hai was watching coldly, and did not leave. This girl is so arrogant. I am standing here and she does not care. Wenren Jingtao sighed. Nangong Lai said, "Can't you see? As long as Long Chen comes out, he is the only person in her world. This is love and hate. You uncouth will not understand." Chapter 1463. Feng Zhilin's attitude was tough. Long Chen was speechless. The conflict between the two also attracted a large number of onlookers. "Let me see how strong you are now." Feng Zhilin was eager to know the result, so she attacked right away. She was in the Nirvana realm and she condensed the Tao of Wind. After forming the Tao seal and transforming the power of Nirvana, the current her was fundamentally different from before. Nirvana force had its own attributes. Feng Lin's Nirvana force not only had the attributes of destruction and rebirth, but it also had the elegance and violence of the wind. Compared to normal Nirvana forces, its attack power was much stronger. Plus, because of the soul fusion Tao, Feng Zhilin's understanding of the Tao of Wind surpassed the warriors in the first Nirvana realm. She was ahead of the Nirvana power. The cultivation of the Nirvana realm was divided into two parts. Firstly, it was to increase one's Nirvana force. This could be achieved through many methods. Cultivating was one method. Obtaining Nirvana force from celestial essences or other treasures was another method. There were also many other mysterious methods. The increase of Nirvana force had a lot to do with one's innate talent. Most people could only increase their Nirvana force gradually. It was impossible for them to reach the sky in a single step. The other part was the understanding of the Tao of Heaven. The increase of the Nirvana power could allow a warrior to advance from the early stage to the late stage. But it didn't necessarily determine combat power. Sometimes, combat power and resistance to the Nirvana realm were related to the understanding of the Tao of Heaven. Some people could even create their own Tao of Heaven and display terrifying combat power that surpassed their own level. Without understanding, it was useless no matter how much Nirvana power you had. You might be killed by the Nirvana realm. The best state for a Nirvana Tribulation realm martial artist was to comprehend first, followed by the power of Nirvana. However, the majority of martial artists were lacking in their comprehension of the heavenly Tao, which was also the reason why many people died during the Nirvana Tribulation. Feng Zhilin got everything from the dead man. Her understanding of the Tao of Wind was more advanced. Although the Nirvana Storm Nirvana power wasn't much, it could surpass the fighting power of the first Nirvana realm. That was why she could reach the sky in one step and become a master like the young martial god. She casually waved her hand and a jade-green wind blade rushed towards Long Chen. This seemingly simple wind blade was not simple at all because it was different from martial arts. This was the heavenly Tao. The third level of the divine martial realm was the celestial being realm. At that time, warriors would learn the unity of man and nature, and the comprehension of the Nirvana Tribulation realm would amplify this unity of man and nature. Feng Zhilin only used a portion of her Nirvana force, but she could attract at least 10% of the Emperor's spiritual qi, which was condensed on the wind blade, emitting a terrifying aura. This strange wind blade contained the way of the wild wind of nature, and it flew towards Long Chen in a floating trajectory. Its trajectory was erratic, changing so fast that no one could predict it. In Long Chen's world, everything disappeared. The only scene in the world was the endless roaring of the wind. The wind formed a giant beast that covered the sky. The whole world was under its control. Its claws clawed at Long Chen. Before it reached him, the sharp feeling made Long Chen's skin start to be cut. "Can you take the attack of the Tao of Heaven?" Feng Zhilin's cold voice echoed in his ears. Long Chen had seen it. The warriors in the Nirvana realm that he had fought before had just entered the Nirvana realm. They didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of Heaven. They couldn't display the terrifying power of Feng Zhilin. The only strong one was the leader of the god-defying cult, Lin Mo. His Tao of Chaos was also terrifying, But in the end, he was killed by the magical power of the bloodline. Feng Zhilin's understanding of the Tao of Wind was probably no less than a warrior in the second tier of the Nirvana realm. Such a terrifying attack instantly attracted the attention of many. Wenren Jingtao hesitated for a while. He wanted to help Long Chen, but he saw that Long Chen didn't panic. He also wanted to know if Long Chen was a match for the other. Seeing that the giant storm beast was about to grind him to pieces, Long Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. The god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword appeared in his hands. The dual sword technique danced quickly. His eyes were cold. Instead of advancing, he retreated. He used the god-slaying sword first and used the god-slaying art, which was also a connate Taoist technique. The trajectory of the word, heaven. 4 deadly sword chi intersected and formed a creepy ancient word, heaven, blocking the wind blade. Long Chen's dual sword technique was getting better and better. In the next moment, the power of the Nirvana realm exploded in his body. He waved his right hand and used the Lingxi sword to perform the 9 dragons devours the sky. After the heaven sword chi, the divine dragon danced and formed a wave of super-strong attack that completely surpassed the power of the god martial arts realm. Long Chen also used the power of Nirvana and was no weaker than his opponent. In terms of quantity and understanding, he wasn't as good as his opponent. However, the power of the dual swords, especially the sharp attack of the god-slaying sword, still allowed him to break Feng Zhilin's wind blade. Boom! The dual sword chi broke Feng Zhilin's attack in an instant, causing the wild wind to sweep towards Long Chen's side. Long Chen split the opponent's attack with 2 swords, but he was unharmed. The confrontation ended as quickly as it came. After it ended, Feng Zhilin and Long Chen didn't move, they just looked at each other in silence. Long Chen was surprised because of her understanding of the way of wind. The way of heaven indeed had infinite power. Long Chen yearned for it very much, but it was a pity that he hadn't reached the 8th level of the god martial arts realm yet. The power of the god-slaying art and the 9 dragons devours the sky was so strong, but when Long Chen used them, he could only break one of Feng Zhilin's attacks. Feng Zhilin was naturally even more shocked. Long Chen used the power of Nirvana just now. Although it didn't seem to be much, his sword technique and other powers made up for it, allowing him to block her attack. The most shocking thing was that under the Long Chen's 9 dragons devours the sky, her primordial spirit actually felt a piercing pain. She knew that it was caused by the pitch-black divine sword in Long Chen's hand. So she stopped. Because she roughly knew that Long Chen was still qualified to fight with her. No matter when, he would never disappoint. This made Feng Zhilin suddenly smile. She also felt that she was too impulsive today. Obviously, Long Chen came for something. She was just stubbornly wanting him to take her seriously. That move just now should be enough to make him take her seriously. Thinking about this, she looked at Long Chen deeply and said, "Get ready. I will find time to have a good fight with you. I don't want to lose to you all the time." Ever since she met Long Chen, she hadn't won even once. This time, she was fully prepared. She just wanted to win once. This was her personality. She was a person who didn't like to lose. After she finished speaking, she was like a graceful fairy. With a gentle breeze, she quickly left the place. This fella. Long Chen was speechless. He finally understood what she was thinking. Feng Zhilin's capability surprised him. He did take her seriously. Long Chen even knew that if he fought with all he had, he might not be able to defeat her. However, even so, Long Chen didn't think she was hard to deal with. Business was more important. He tidied himself up, winked at Wenren Jingtao, and walked towards Fu Hai. Fu Hai was not stupid. He knew that they had come for him. He first greeted Wenren Jingtao, who had the same status as him. Then he stared at Long Chen with an angry expression. With a mocking tone he said, "Is this Long Chen, the one who has caused such a ruckus recently? Not bad. To be able to take one move from Miss Feng, your Wenren branch has finally found a decent young warrior. Unfortunately, he was not raised by you." He was talking to Wenren Jingtao. The atmosphere was tense. Wenren Jingtao was a hot-tempered man. He couldn't stand being mocked. He coldly said, "It's none of your business unless you are afraid." Fu Hai sneered. He stared at Wenren Jingtao and said, "Stop bullshitting. Just tell me why you are here." His gaze shifted to Nangong Lai and he suddenly came to a realization. He sneered, "So it's because of this trash." "That's right. I injured him. This guy has been running around outside my talisman mansion for the past few days. Does he think I don't know that he's asking about my talisman mansion? He's lucky that I didn't kill him. What? Do you dare to fight me over this? As expected, he was as hot-tempered as the rumors said. He didn't give Long Chen any chance to find out about Han Yunxing. Long Chen was burning with anger, but for the sake of Han Yunxing, he could only swallow the anger in his heart. This was not the time to let the two factions fall out. He still lacked strength. Wanren Jingtao raged. Old geezer Fu, don't go too far. My men aren't people you can beat up just because you want to. What can you do? We are all people of status. Are you going to fight me for this piece of trash? Fu Hai said disdainfully. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be good for Han Yunxing if they continued to argue. He was here to find out whether Han Yunxing's disappearance had anything to do with Fu Hai. While the two sides were quarreling, Long Chen suddenly interrupted them and said, Senior Fu, we didn't come here today to challenge you. You beat up my uncle Nangong. This is a fact. However, you have your reasons, so we won't bicker over this matter for now. However, I have another question to ask you. Fu Hai flew into a rage and said, You dare to be rude to me? Brat, do you really think you're someone important? Is it because Wanren Jingtao and the others want you to be the sacred martial emperor? Are you trying to drag me along? Long Chen didn't let this old man scare him. He looked at Wanren Jingtao with his sharp eyes and interrupted him. Senior Fu, do you think we don't know something? You were unhappy that Han Yunxing was too close to your daughter Fu Ling'er, so you secretly killed him. Do you think you did it secretly? Long Chen roared this out. He believed that if one's secret was suddenly exposed, there would be a change in one's mentality for a while. There would also be some subtle changes, such as the change in the pupils. Chapter 1464. As expected, his words caused the other party to take a step back in fear. His eyes flickered as he stared at Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt an incomparably intense killing intent coming from this fellow. In fact, it was very easy to understand. If Fu Hai had nothing to do with this matter, then he would only be stunned for a moment. It was impossible for such a strong killing intent to appear. In that instant, Long Chen felt as if he was about to be killed. He reacted faster than Fu Hai. He quickly retreated to Wanren Jingtao's side and said with a smile, Senior Fu, don't be nervous. I was just joking. See you another day. Long Chen had only come to confirm the news. He wasn't ready for a conflict. But words couldn't describe the anger in his heart. What he lacked was a way to kill Fu Hai. Fu Hai's strength was at the early stage of the second Nirvana tribulation, which was almost the same as Lin Mo's. In a head-on battle, Long Chen was far from being a match for Fu Hai. Therefore, he had to be patient for the time being. When his strength completely entered the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm and he built his divine kingdom, he might have a chance to kill Fu Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Wanren Jingtao's help to kill Fu Hai. Fu Hai was a senior figure on Yi Futu's side, and he also had the identity of the Cambrian king. Even Wanren she couldn't do anything to Fu Hai. The only person who could do it was Long Chen himself. At the moment, he could only rely on himself. He knew very well that even though he was angry and helpless, and he was not sure how Han Yunxing was doing, he had to endure it until he could rely on his own strength to defeat Fu Hai, or even kill him. He wanted to kill this guy immediately, but he was not that immature. If he acted rashly today, it would not do him any good, and he might even do something bad with good intentions. He couldn't destroy the punishment hall like he did in the 3,000 palaces. He had to endure until he could kill him in one blow. In short, whether it was in terms of strength or status, he was still lacking in the true martial emperor palace. He couldn't even suppress the Cambrian monarch of the true martial emperor palace. So how could he go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and take Lingxi away? In Long Chen's heart, he was in a state of hatred, but he was forcefully suppressing it, which made him very uncomfortable. From Fu Hai's reaction, he knew that Han Yunxing's disappearance had something to do with him. He wasn't sure what he could endure, but he was sure that he had to leave now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold it in. At the very least, he couldn't make a move before he constructed his divine kingdom. He had achieved his goal today. He was sure that Fu Hai was related to Han Yunxing. With Wanren Jingtao's protection, he had nothing to fear. At this moment, Fu Hai finally reacted. His killing intent was revealed as he roared angrily. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is Han Yunxing? Which nameless nobody? What do you mean by this? Are you trying to slander me?" Long Chen sneered and said, "It's just a joke. Do you need to be so excited? However, the heavens are watching what people do. Some people shouldn't think that they can be so secretive. Some things have to be done with their lives. Let's go, Senior Wenren." Long Chen forcefully restrained himself and pulled Wenren Jingtao along. Wenren Jingtao glared at Fu Hai and said, "Goodbye, old Fu." The three of them didn't stay any longer and quickly left Fu Hai. "This brat." Fu Hai gritted his teeth and his expression changed. Terrifying killing intent was revealed until he slammed the door of the Fu mansion. After returning to the third floor, Long Chen took a deep breath. What do you mean?" Nan Gonglai couldn't react in time. Long Chen said, "I trust my intuition. Uncle Han must have been imprisoned or killed by him." Nan Gonglai roared, "I'm going to kill him." "Wait." Long Chen pulled him back, and the three of them sat in a pavilion in the courtyard. Long Chen analyzed, according to the rules of the martial god palace, it is a grave crime for him to use his strength to harm his compatriots. However, since the Hall of Glacial Arts belongs to Martial Venerable Yi Futu, it is impossible to deal with him through the Hall of Glacial Arts. Furthermore, my guess is that our faction and the other faction are like fire and water. If Senior Wenren and the others were to forcefully make a move, it would definitely cause chaos in the Martial God Palace. Wenren Jingtao's expression was also very unsightly. This old Fu is so brazen. I think he must have done it. However, Long Chen's analysis is right. The Martial Cold Hall is indeed unreliable. If we make a move, their people will also retaliate. At that time there will be chaos. So, Long Chen, what do you think we can do? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. I have a way. He pointed at himself. My identity is special. The Emperor summoned me before. As long as I am in the Martial Emperor Palace, no one can punish me or kill me. Moreover, I only represent myself, unlike Senior Wenren who represents the entire Wenren clan. Therefore, I am the most suitable person to make a move. Wenren Jingtao was startled. Long Chen, what are you going to do? Long Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. His eyes were bloodshot. I will kill him with my own hands. If something happens to Uncle Han, I will let him die in front of everyone. If it is just imprisonment, I will at least rescue Uncle Han. Hearing Long Chen's words, Nan Gonglai and Wenren Jingtao were shocked. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so daring. Nan Gonglai said, No, you are still young. I heard from your battle record in the 9-star Chaos City that you can at most deal with a late Nirvana Tribulation warrior. You are still lacking compared to someone who has gone through the second Nirvana Tribulation. He is stronger than Feng Jilin. Wenren Jingtao also said, Nan Gonglai is right. This method is too risky. It might even harm Han Yunxing. Besides being hot-blooded, Long Chen was also calm. Of course he knew about these problems. He said, I do know that I'm not strong enough. What I need to do now is to kill them quickly. I can't let reinforcements arrive. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Give me 2 months, and I'll be able to reach the level I want. But 2 months is too long. This was what Long Chen was most conflicted about. Damn. He had too many acupuncture points in his body. It would take at least a month to transform them to 3 times the Nirvana realm's power. However, he couldn't wait that long. If Han Yunxing was still alive, he wouldn't be able to wait that long either. Did he have to take the risk of fighting or even blood sacrifice? Long Chen knew that he had just arrived at the Martial God Palace and had no foundation. If he wanted to survive in this place, he had to have a position. This was because of his heaven-defying cultivation. Originally, during the Hidden Dragon ranking battle, he had obtained a place for the Martial God Palace to be his master. But now, basically no one dared to accept him as a disciple. After all, Long Chen had been summoned by the Zhenwu Great Emperor. This led to his current identity as an ordinary disciple. Unless the Zhenwu Great Emperor was willing to accept him as a disciple. But Long Chen knew that the Zhenwu Great Emperor wanted him to bear the heavy responsibility of becoming the Saint Martial Emperor. In fact, the Zhenwu Great Emperor knew about Long Chen's father and respected this man. That was why Long Chen was sure that no matter what he did in the Martial Emperor Palace, he wouldn't die. Even Yi Futu wouldn't dare to kill him. After listening to Long Chen, Wenren Jingtao also felt that 2 months was too long. He was very confused about Long Chen's realm and asked, Long Chen, can you answer a question? What is your realm now? I can feel the Nirvana realm's power in your body, but your God martial soul hasn't grown into a primordial spirit. I haven't seen you go through the Nirvana tribulation either. People who haven't gone through the Nirvana tribulation can't have such a large amount of Nirvana realm's power. Long Chen's eyes lit up. The Martial Emperor Palace was so big that there might be many things that could speed up the transformation. For example, the Nirvana flame that Long Chen had once obtained. Long Chen had a large amount of immortal essences. Even if the Martial Emperor Palace didn't give it to him, Long Chen could use his own immortal essences to exchange for it. Wenren Jingtao, Wenren Shi, and the others were all trustworthy people. The Zhenwu Great Emperor was an old man that Long Chen respected. It was just that the problem of Nirvana realm's power had appeared earlier than expected. Long Chen hurriedly told Wenren Jingtao that he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but he had the Nirvana realm's power. He explained it very clearly, but even so, Wenren Jingtao was still shocked when he heard that Long Chen had such terrifying combat power at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He looked at Long Chen with a frightened expression and couldn't speak for a long time. Senior Wenren? Long Chen asked tentatively. Wenren Jingtao almost suffocated. He shook his head to regain his composure. He still looked at Long Chen in astonishment and said, You really have a heaven-defying talent. It is rare in the world. No one has been able to compare to you since ancient times. Long Chen, I believe that you will soon surpass the 3 great emperors and become the strongest person in the 3 realms and 9 realms. That was what he firmly believed. No one knows for sure what will happen in the future. I also don't know how long I can live. However, I would like to ask Senior. I once obtained a Nirvana flame with 2 immortal marks. It can increase the speed at which I convert Nirvana energy. May I ask if Senior has something similar that can increase Nirvana energy in the Martial God Palace's inventory? Long Chen had heard that things like the Nirvana flame were actually quite common. This was because all the Nirvana tribulation cultivators would compete for all the divine items that could increase their Nirvana transformation. This kind of divine item was more valuable. After all, as long as one had a large number of divine items, one could reach the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation even without comprehending them. Hearing this, Wenren Jingtao said, I don't have it. The Martial God Palace's inventory requires strict procedures to obtain it. However, my ancestor probably has a lot, but he definitely can't give you too much. Long Chen said, You know that I can't obtain it in the tragic Death City. As long as I have it, I am willing to exchange my collection for it. For the sake of Han Yunxing, Long Chen couldn't care less. Chapter 1465. The Calamity Realm was different from the God Martial Realm. The God Martial Realm's understanding of martial Tao and the increase of divine essence were synchronized. But the Calamity Realm was different. In the Calamity Realm, as long as there were enough immortal essences, divine items and resources, the Nirvana power could be increased infinitely. Super Nirvana power could even help one pass the Nirvana tribulation. There was no requirement to what extent one had to understand the heavenly Tao to attract the Nirvana tribulation. Some families with rich resources could rely on external items to increase their Nirvana power after entering the Calamity Realm, which was much faster than those who cultivated in silence. However, the heavens were fair. The Tribulation Realm's understanding of the heavenly Tao was especially important. Those who had powerful Nirvana power but didn't have enough understanding of the heavenly Tao would often attract the Nirvana tribulation ahead of time. In the end, they would die under the Nirvana tribulation and their souls would be destroyed. Of course, the first Nirvana tribulation started from condensing the first seal. No matter what, immortal essences or other divine items that could increase the Nirvana power were extremely popular, even more so than anything that had magical effects. Long Chen didn't even have a Nirvana golden wheel, so there was no problem with the Nirvana tribulation. He only needed a large amount of immortal essences to speed up the transformation. Wenren Jingtao couldn't decide this, so he called Wenren Shi over. Long Chen told Wenren Shi his needs, but he didn't mention Han Yunxing. Wenren Shi knew that Long Chen was still in the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, so he wasn't surprised by this request. He said, I can personally give you a few, but if you need more, I can only exchange your immortal essences from the Martial God Palace's warehouse. Those things are in Lin Juanyao's hands, so it won't be easy to take them away. Thank you, Wu Zun. Long Chen was very grateful because when ran she was very straightforward. One day later, Long Chen had spent around 40 sets of immortal essences with 1 Dao pattern and over a dozen sets of immortal essences with 2 Dao patterns. In addition to the gifts from Wen Ran Shi, he finally had enough treasures for him to quickly transform all his acupoints. Child, hurry up and become stronger. It's good for everyone. If there's anything, you can tell me. Wen Ran Shi said. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was actually being called a child by a cute kid. This feeling was really tangled. However, Wen Ran Shi was indeed a good person. Even Wen Ran Jingtao was envious of the things he took out. It should be known that every Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior needed these things that could increase the power of Nirvana, but Long Chen had so many of them. Wen Ran Jingtao and Nangong Lai guarded Long Chen. Long Chen stayed here and started refining the treasures to spirits to increase the Nirvana power. Nirvana Flame. Heaven and essence to realm which Long had. He had realm flame spirit flames. Among them, world power which Long Chen had it. Chen. And spirit nation realm was flame. As everyone knew, world power was actually a kind of divine essence that was born in a divine kingdom and could be produced continuously. It was still divine essence, but it had other characteristics. World power was born in a divine kingdom. As the divine kingdom grew larger and larger, the world power was almost inexhaustible. Therefore, warriors at the 8th LV of the divine martial realm relied on their endurance in battle. After passing the first Nirvana tribulation, the world power would be transformed into Nirvana power and would no longer exist in the divine kingdom. It would lose its super regenerative nature. Nirvana power was very precious, but it consumed a lot of it and was very difficult to recover. However, Long Chen was different. He was about to condense Nirvana world energy that possessed the offensive nature of Nirvana force. However, it also possessed the nature of world energy. Didn't that mean that after he constructed his divine nation, his Nirvana force would fill his divine nation and he would have an endless regenerative ability? Compared to an ordinary Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist, his combat strength would be much more durable. This was Long Chen's idea. Uncle Han, wait for me a little longer. I'm about to succeed. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. He had done all this and consumed a lot of celestial spirits just for Han Yunqing. He needed to shorten the time. Therefore, he did not hesitate to pay any price. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and kept transforming the world power. He felt the Nirvana power in his body increase rapidly. His hateful eyes finally revealed a cold-blooded light. He did not dare to imagine Han Yunqing's ending, nor could he imagine it. He only wanted to see the result when he was strong enough. Although he was new here and there were not many people in the Martial God Palace who paid attention to him, and most of them still had some doubts about him, he would use his own bloodthirst to make them understand. As time passed, with the increase of the Nirvana world energy in his body, more than half of the acupoints had been transformed. Hundreds of millions of acupoints were like stars in the sky. This was a densely packed starry world. It was as if every huge star was undergoing an evolution, starting to change from a star, starting to shrink, even exploding, turning into a black hole, turning into a dark star. This was destruction, but it was also rebirth. Hundreds of millions of stars began to undergo such changes. Nirvana power engulfed the entire starry sky. Then, on the structure of these countless dark stars, a brand new god nation began to be built. These dark stars were the framework of this brand new god nation. Boom, boom, boom. One aperture after another began to overflow with Nirvana power. Long Chen did not understand why his seemingly small body was so big. It was like an endless void. This was the same principle as the small heaven and earth world. One flower, one world. Although the body was small, there might be a world in it. The power of the Nirvana world began to be like an ocean. Countless seawater swept through every aperture that had been transformed and surged. The power of the Nirvana world was like a monstrous river, flowing endlessly. Long Chen's body was constantly being strengthened to bear this extraordinary power. Generally speaking, the Nirvana tribulation would strengthen the body of a warrior. After being reborn, the body could bear a large amount of Nirvana power. However, Long Chen was different. He had not experienced the Nirvana tribulation, so his body was not transformed. However, his body was much stronger than ordinary warriors in the Nirvana tribulation realm. When the 3/10 of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood was divided into 1/10 and entered Long Chen's body, Long Chen knew that he had successfully entered the 8th level of the divine martial realm. There was no difference between the initial level and the consummate level of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Once he entered, it was the consummate level. When the last meridian completed its transformation, when the vast starry sky was transformed and reborn, when the force of the nirvana world flowed endlessly in his body like a raging river, allowing the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon to strengthen every corner of his flesh, improving his physique and talent once again, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. He felt that his life was climbing. He had once again experienced a rebirth, a qualitative leap. This was the feeling of his strength increasing rapidly. Every time the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood came, it was a kind of comprehensive improvement. At this moment, Long Chen was like a nirvana tribulation martial artist. There wasn't much difference. Compared to a martial artist who had just entered the nirvana tribulation realm, his physical body was stronger, and he had more nirvana world energy. His god-slaying art and 9 dragons devouring the heavens were stronger. The only thing lacking was that Long Chen still didn't understand the so-called heavenly Tao. This was because he hadn't reached the martial Tao great completion realm. However, this was not a hindrance. Generally, a warrior who had just entered the nirvana tribulation realm, unless he was like Feng Zhilin, would not have much comprehension. Next, it's time to build a god nation. Long Chen was looking forward to what his god nation would look like. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of apertures in his body had begun to connect with each other, forming a dense network. Each aperture was the fulcrum of the god nation, and this huge network was the skeleton of the whole god nation. The skeleton of Long Chen's god nation was far stronger than others. This meant that his god nation had just formed, and it would definitely be much bigger than others. At this moment, the god nation was almost naturally forming, and Long Chen did not need to worry about it. He was like a bystander, watching everything. This was how the world was created. Long Chen suddenly had such an illusion. From the formation of the fulcrum to the condensation of the skeleton, and then the filling of the flesh and blood, an incomparably huge world formed in Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen actually had a feeling of horror. Such a huge world actually existed in his body. Would it squeeze his body until it exploded? He was thinking too much. This was simply impossible. In Long Chen's vision, he was like a bystander, watching the formation of this world. The skeleton was built, and then the boundary of the world, and then the chaotic chi filled the space, and then the light chi went up, forming the cloudy sky, and the heavy chi went down, forming the yellow earth. Water, fire, wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, the essence of rain and dew, all appeared in a dreamlike form in front of Long Chen. His god nation was no less than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. In the eyes of others, they had only formed a small world, but Long Chen seemed to be forming a vast world. This newly built god nation was actually so big. What made Long Chen even more surprised was that when this huge world was gradually forming, suddenly, the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness, which had not moved for 10,000 years, actually moved. It disappeared for a moment, entering Long Chen's god nation. During this period of time, the god nation had undergone a huge change. The 2 essence blood in his sea of consciousness naturally began to struggle. Just as they were about to crush Long Chen's head, the mysterious dragon jade returned to his sea of consciousness, continuing to suppress them. At this time, Long Chen's god nation was even more extraordinary. Isn't this the feeling of one of the ancient ruins controlled by the demon dragon hall, the primal chaos god nation? Chapter 1466. This divine nation. Perhaps because of the mysterious dragon jade's interference, Long Chen was originally the master, but as he watched this world slowly form, he lost his identity as the master more and more. In his eyes, this world became incomparably vast, but also incomparably mysterious. The territory that he could control was getting smaller and smaller, and there were more and more things that he didn't know. What's going on? Isn't this my divine nation? Lingxi and the others can change their divine nations at will. Why can't I just be a bystander? Long Chen was incomparably shocked. Fortunately, he didn't lose his cool. He knew that all of this must have something to do with the mysterious Long Yu. The Long Yu had always been very beneficial to him. Even Long Qinglan thought so. Therefore, the Long Yu would never betray him. This was a good thing. When this world finally took shape, Long Chen discovered that it was filled with towering mountains, magnificent rivers, grasslands, and trees. Between the mountains and rivers, there were even living creatures. They were all powerless wild animals. This perfect world appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen's nirvana world energy began to fill this divine nation. He discovered that his power could circulate and regenerate in this world. However, this was clearly his divine nation, but he couldn't explore the boundaries of this world. He didn't even know anything about this world. This divine nation was incomparably vast, but the only place that Long Chen could control was a spherical space with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. He could arrange this space at will and make the world arrange according to his will. However, the things outside of this space seemed to have been formed in the natural world, and he couldn't interfere at all. This mysterious place was actually very similar to the primal chaos divine nation, one of the ancient ruins. Moreover, Long Chen suddenly recalled that the primal chaos divine nation actually had the word divine nation in it. What was the relationship between that primal chaos divine nation and his strange and mysterious divine nation? From the looks of it, it was full of majestic mountains and endless rivers, exactly the same as the kingdom of chaos. The only difference should be the natural disasters. But as soon as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he was stunned, because in the space he could see, there was a green blade-like gale that swept past. This kind of gale, Long Chen had clearly seen it in the chaotic divine kingdom. Could it be that he had actually formed a chaotic divine kingdom? Long Chen knew that this world was constructed by his hundreds of millions of acupuncture points. He could only vaguely sense the area outside the sphere with a diameter of 10 miles, but had no ability to control it at all. With the intervention of the mysterious dragon Jade, the divine kingdom actually became like this. What secrets are there? Could it be that my divine kingdom is directly connected to the primal chaos divine kingdom? That's impossible. This world was clearly created by me. Or perhaps the demonic dragon palace's primal chaos divine kingdom was actually created by another warrior similar to me. Long Chen was in a daze. After a long time, when the power of his nirvana world flowed peacefully in this incomparably huge world and did not affect his movement of the power of his nirvana world in the slightest, when the strange divine kingdom also completely stabilized, everything was over. Long Chen had obtained a strength that was a little more than what he had imagined. He had also obtained a mysterious divine kingdom that did not seem to belong to him. Originally, Long Chen wanted to transfer all the things in the Great Void Realm to the divine kingdom. Now that he had an idea, he was not in a hurry. Although it was pitiful, it was still good to be able to control a sphere with a diameter of 10 miles. Some people's divine kingdoms were not even that big. In the room, Long Chen opened his eyes. In his body, the vast power of the nirvana world was flowing, and it could be crazily poured out from every acupuncture point. The power of the nirvana world, in terms of quantity, exceeded that of an ordinary warrior in the early stage of the nirvana tribulation. It should be similar to that of a warrior in the late stage of the nirvana tribulation, or even exceeded that of Feng Jilin. This time, Long Chen could be considered to have reached the sky in a single bound. It was true that he was rarely stronger than others in terms of strength. And in terms of physical body, it was estimated that those who had gone through the tempering and baptism of the 3 nirvana tribulations and had their bodies reborn would not be as strong as Long Chen's current physical body. Back then, Xiao Lang had been tempered by hundreds of kinds of celestial essences. Long Chen felt that it was very luxurious, but now it seemed that it was just this feeling of power. Long Chen had a hunch that if he were to stand in front of Wang Chen, who had already gone through the nirvana tribulation, he might not lose to him in a head-on battle. Although he was only at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, it was no longer important. From today onwards, perhaps no one would think that Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The next step is to condense the nirvana golden wheel, nurture the nirvana golden wheel, and gradually strengthen it. When it is nurtured to the maximum level, I will have reached the great completion of martial arts. At that time, I can start to ponder the way of heaven. As long as I condense the seal of Tao, I will be able to reach the nirvana tribulation realm. Long Chen was now 3 steps away from the nirvana tribulation. First, to reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm and form the nirvana golden wheel. Second, to cultivate the nirvana golden wheel to the maximum level and reach the great completion of martial arts. Third, to condense the seal of Tao and pass the nirvana tribulation. These 3 steps, as long as he worked hard, were not far away. Long Chen did not know how strong he could be when the 1-year agreement came. All he could do was to work hard. Of course, the most important thing now was to save Han Yunxing. Long Chen believed that Han Yunxing would not die so easily. Fu Hai. As soon as the rude and unreasonable bearded man appeared in his mind, Long Chen was furious. Previously, he was not strong enough, so he could only let the other party make peace with him. But now, the entire Five Elements Haotian Pagoda was suppressed. This Five Elements Haotian Pagoda was the deepest secret of the Martial God Palace. Of course, outsiders and spies would not be able to find out. At the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, there were warriors with primordial spirits everywhere. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demonic eye from the Li family had long lost its effect. When he opened the door, Nangong Lai and the others were already waiting. Seeing the great change in Long Chen's aura, and his whole body was filled with Nirvana energy, Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai were shocked. They knew that Long Chen must have succeeded. The amount of Nirvana energy you have is greater than a normal Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Nirvana energy is the foundation of us warriors, so you are actually no different from a Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Damn, what an enviable freak. Wenren Jingtao laughed loudly. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with satisfaction. He knew about Long Chen's background, and he also knew that with such a father, Long Chen was destined to soar. Today was just one of the small miracles he had created. Long Chen was not at ease at all. He quickly said, I have full confidence in myself. If I really go all out and make use of the other party's belittling attitude, I can definitely kill him in a short time. From now on, let's plan first. This matter cannot be delayed. This matter concerned Han Yunxing's survival, so Nangong Lai naturally could not delay. However, at this time he said, You have already decided and this is the only way. Let's do as you say. Long Chen had already told Nangong Lai in private that Jinwu the Great knew about Long Qinglan and was in awe of Long Qinglan. That was why he dared to let Long Chen do it. Otherwise, Nangong Lai would not be able to do it alone. However, someone has come to Wushan Palace to look for you. He is waiting in the living room. Go and see him first, Nangong Lai said. Someone had come to look for him. Who could it be? Long Chen thought suspiciously. With such a big matter at hand, he would meet him first and send him away. Anyway, he was very curious about who would come to Wushan Palace to look for him. With a creaking sound, Long Chen pushed open the door to the living room. Standing 10 meters in front of him was a child who was only 1.2 meters tall. His figure was relatively well proportioned, but his face was chubby. His eyes were large and tender, just like a white steamed bun. At first glance, Long Chen was sure that he did not know this person. However, at second glance, he was a little stunned. This was because the child was looking at him with tears in his eyes. Long Chen held his breath for a moment. He was shocked to find that this was actually Kitten. He had actually come to look for him about this matter. In fact, Long Chen did not have any grudges in his heart. He was amused by Kitten's strange appearance. He could not help but laugh and said, How did you become like this? You are so cute that I can't help but want to kiss you. Kitten was originally immersed in panic and sadness. When he heard Long Chen's words, he immediately became anxious. Motherfucker, when he recovered, he also struggled for a long time over his current appearance. He wanted nothing more than to destroy himself again. He didn't expect that as soon as he came to see Long Chen, this guy didn't mention anything about the past and actually laughed at his appearance. How could he bully others like this? In a hurry, Kitten thought of the grudges between them again. He lowered his head and said, I came to look for you today. Will you drive me away? Long Chen's face calmed down. He pulled 2 chairs and placed them at the door. He sat on one of them, looked out the door and said, Sit. The kitten sat next to him. He was short, but with a jump, he was able to jump up to the top. After sitting down, the chubby child lowered his head and began to speak. I was very afraid to come to you, but my heart was always tormented. I think I have to come again and make things clear first. Go ahead. Long Chen acted as a listener. Chapter 1467. That's why I'm here to apologize to you. Although I didn't get the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence in the end, your father treated me well. I think things are pretty good now. Although I can't reach the sky in a single step, I can slowly grow and return to my peak. Long Chen, oh no, let me call you Big Brother. If I ask, can you let me continue to be your brother? This chubby little guy was talking about such serious matters. It was hard to get used to it. Long Chen actually understood. He shook his head. Under Kitten's disappointed gaze, he said, "Don't blame everything on yourself. I've thought it through. First of all, I neglected you. Why was I so angry at first? To be honest, I just hate that you didn't trust me. I hate the way you betrayed me. I think I'm a trustworthy person. If you asked me directly and explained how important it was, I would definitely give it to you. But you chose to break up with me in such a way. As for what happened afterward, I didn't know that you didn't take the real Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence in the beginning. In general, we both made mistakes. But I believe that there is nothing better than being able to change one's mistakes. I'm very happy that you came today, really." Long Chen held his shoulder and stared at him. He said sincerely, "There have always been many conflicts between us, but if we are truly friends, it would be strange if there were no conflicts. Even brothers have their fair share of quarrels and fights. This time, let's just treat it as a small mistake on both sides. Let's not hold it against each other. You coming here today is already great news to me. From today onwards, if you don't hold the past enmity and want to stay by my side, then we will continue to fight side by side. What do you think?" Long Chen was really excited. After the incident with Han Yunxing, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Kitten's appearance brought him great joy. He was no longer a person who was good at expressing his emotions. He wouldn't cry or laugh, but his heart was absolutely sincere. But Kitten was different. Hearing these words, his eyes were already filled with tears. He knew that he was the one who did the most wrong in this matter. But Long Chen could make it sound so easy for him. When he took the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence, Long Chen didn't want to take it. He just asked him to get lost. As for Long Qinglan's plan, Long Chen didn't know about it. Didn't this prove that in Long Chen's heart, Kitten was already more important than the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence? In her excitement, Kitten suddenly said, "Big brother, thank you for forgiving me. He ignored me because I was just a soul, and I hurt your heart. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that I was in the wrong. I'm very happy that you can still accept me, but I want to be quiet for a while, so I won't stay by your side for the time being. I want to go do something." Long Chen was stunned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Kitten said, "I have a rough idea. The purpose of the City Lord of the Wronged is probably to recover his physical body. So I want to go over there to see what he's doing and get some information. I can also inform you in time." "No." Long Chen refused sternly. The City Lord of the Wronged was too dangerous. He couldn't let Kitten go there. Kitten said stubbornly, "I have to go. You can cultivate in peace. I've now recovered part of my strength. Although I'm still not good at fighting, a little guy with the Eternal God Realm sealed wants to touch me. It's harder than reaching the sky." Long Chen still felt that it was inappropriate. Since they had reconciled, they should stay together. No matter what, he still felt that it would be more dangerous for him to go to the eternal hell alone. Long Chen didn't trust Kitten's strength. Kitten was helpless. Because of what happened last time, if he continued to stay by Long Chen's side, he would feel bad, so he wanted to go out and do something. He said bluntly, "Actually, I came here today because I have something to say." "What is it?" Long Chen asked. Kitten said directly, "I want the Void Dragon Talisman." This Void Dragon Talisman was formed from the reverse scale swallowed by the Void Astral Dragon. It is the most special scale. The Void Astral Dragon is illusory, and this can be said to be the only scale it has. At least for now, not many people can break this Void Dragon Talisman. Also, for me it has other uses. With the protection of the Void Dragon Talisman, I can be sure that even if the City Lord of the Wronged recovers his full strength, he won't be able to touch a hair of mine. Void Dragon Talisman. If it was taken away by Kitten, it meant that Long Chen would lose the terrifying ability of time reversal. Kitten was now determined to go to the eternal hell. Long Chen calmed down and thought about it. Everyone had their own wishes. Kitten was not his little brother, so he couldn't rudely stop his decision. Otherwise, it would lead to a similar tragedy. In that case, he could only obey the other party. Long Chen didn't hesitate and said, "Wait a moment, I just condensed the God Nation and transferred the things from the Void Realm over." Seeing that Long Chen agreed, Kitten was overjoyed. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen transferred everything to the God Nation, the space that he could control, and handed the Void Dragon Talisman to Long Chen. Do you want to stay here for a few days? Kitten shook his head and said, No, I'm not from the Martial God Palace, so it's not suitable for me to stay here. If there's any urgent news, I'll come back to inform you. Long Chen looked at him seriously and said, Pay attention to your safety. Nothing else matters. Only with life will you have a chance to make a comeback. You've died before, so you should know better. Kitten smiled and said, Don't worry, this Lord Cat's ability to escape is unparalleled since ancient times. I'll send you out. Long Chen was actually very happy. Kitten finally had his own independent life. He believed that this guy was a wily old fox, so he would definitely do well. Xiao Lang was the emperor of the desolate emperor domain, and he seemed to have his own complete life. As the big brother, he had to take the lead. Long Chen was a famous person in the Martial God Palace. When he walked around with a cute big-headed doll, he attracted the attention of many people. Hearing the whispers and the insults about his appearance, Little Cat was enraged. Why are you so angry? They just praised you for being cute. Long Chen was speechless. The kitten was furious and said, You're the one who looks cute. This damned stinky skin, how can it not be controlled by me and look like this? This must be your father's doing. God damn it. You're the damn one. Long Chen was speechless. How dare he say that Long Qinglan was the damn one? No matter what, he was Long Chen's father, but he had no respect at all. He sent Kitten out of the Martial God Palace. Big brother, when I feel better, I'll come and help you. I'll definitely be there when you go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. See you then. Long Chen waved at him. In the dark night, Kitten walked alone and did not look back. He walked out of the 99 golden demon suppressing columns and left Long Chen's sight. Long Chen pursed his lips and returned to the Martial God Palace. It's time to kill Fu Hai. If not for Kitten's arrival, Long Chen would not have been able to hold himself back for even a quarter of an hour. He was now standing in front of the tall and mighty gate of the 5-element Haotian Pagoda. When Kitten's figure disappeared completely, Long Chen turned around and headed for the first floor of the 5-element Haotian Pagoda. The first floor of the 5-element Haotian Pagoda was the largest and also the most spacious. There were no buildings at all. Unless someone important came, most people stayed on the first floor. The cultivation atmosphere in the Martial God Palace was very good. Most people spent their days fighting and cultivating, pursuing the ultimate martial Dao. Of course, there were also people who went out to do missions or cultivate for the sake of obtaining immortal essences and Dao tools. Not everyone was like Long Chen, who had so many things on hand. Long Chen prepared to sneak into the talisman residence. Kitten's arrival made him feel much better. However, when it came to an intense battle, his anger flared up again. He respected Han Yunxing so much. He would not allow this elder to bow and scrape before others and lose his dignity. However, just as Long Chen walked towards the true martial emperor way, a beautiful and elegant girl, who attracted everyone's attention, descended from the sky. Her long dress and veil fluttered in the wind. Her clothes and skirt were rather long, and her skirt was several meters long. It was like the tail of a phoenix, fluttering in the air. This Feng Zhilin was indeed becoming more and more interesting. Her personality was filled with strong factors. At this moment, she suddenly stood in front of Long Chen. She must have come because of what she said earlier. Previously, she told Long Chen to prepare himself and that she would come and find him. Although Feng Zhilin's personality was cold, her appearance was becoming more and more charming. Her eyes seemed to speak as she looked at Long Chen. It was like the eyes of a fox. Her thin pink lips moved as she asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have something to do now?" Long Chen knew her intentions. She wanted to fight, but Long Chen did not have time to deal with her now. He said, "Next time I have something to do." Feng Zhilin pursed her lips and stared at Long Chen. She said, "Sorry, it's a little late." After she said this, Long Chen looked up and saw a large number of cultivators descending from the sky. They arrived at the first floor of the 5-element clear sky pagoda. They seemed to know what was going to happen, and they surrounded Long Chen and Feng Zhilin excitedly from afar. More and more cultivators arrived. There were even many Nirvana Tribulation cultivators among them. The commotion increased. In the end, there were even many people in the upper echelon hiding in the crowd, waiting for the two to fight. Feng Zhilin smiled faintly and said, I discovered that the people of the Martial God Palace are very curious about your strength. I lost to you many times in public. This time, I managed to gain the upper hand. I want to regain all the dignity I lost to you. This daughter loved to cause trouble. He saved her for nothing. Long Chen knew that she was sick. If he did not beat her up, she would not be happy. These people were brought over by her. Long Chen was so powerful in 9-star Chaos City. There were already people comparing him to Feng Jilin and Little Martial God. Long Chen was now in a difficult position. If he did not abuse the other party, this girl would not let him go. The 3 chapters of this month's explosive week were also returned. If there were no accidents, there would be 3 chapters tomorrow. After working so hard for a month, he could finally rest for a while. In November, he would start revising the texts. Even if there were 3 chapters a day, there would still be 10,000 words. 10,000 words a day was stable. The updates would still be ahead of 99% of the web novels. It was easy to reach 10,000 words a day. Who could last for more than 400 days? To be honest, my update speed is already a legend in the author's world. But in the reader's world, no matter how many chapters one update, even if I update 10 times a day, there will be people who will find it slow. A truly good novel can only be produced with a steady flow. Pushing and squeezing will only produce trash. Chapter 1468. Feng Jilin's strength should be weaker than Fu Hai's, who had passed the second Nirvana tribulation. To be honest, before building the God's Kingdom, Long Chen tried to fight with her once. She could force him to use all his strength with just one move. She was indeed very strong. But now, Long Chen also wanted to try. His Nirvana world's power had already surpassed hers. Was he stronger than her? From the last confrontation, Feng Jilin had already seen the light of hope. Last time, there were not many people watching, and Long Chen had something to do, so she waited until now. More and more people came to watch. Basically, people from the 3 major factions except for the top 3 martial venerables were here. Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai were also in the crowd. The reason why Feng Jilin knew that Long Chen had just sent Kitten out was probably because she heard it from them. Nangong Lai knew about Long Chen's situation the best. He smiled and said, "This girl really knows how to make trouble. She has lost to him more than once, and now she is making such a scene. She is purely seeking pleasure from being abused." Wenren Jingtao didn't understand at all. What did it mean to seek pleasure from being abused? Apart from them, seeing that the young man and the young woman in the middle had already begun to confront each other, the crowd also began to discuss. Among them were many people from the cold martial palace. The rules were for the strong. They were all the new generation of strong people, and this battle was highly anticipated, so no one stopped them. Long Chen was someone who had been summoned by Zhenwu Great Emperor. Everyone wanted to know how strong he was to be summoned by Zhenwu Great Emperor. The Witch of the Wind is already in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I heard that her comprehension of the way of the wind is quite profound in the 2 wind attributes of tearing and doppelganger, far surpassing experts of the same level. Just by relying on this extraordinary comprehension, she is incomparably outstanding. As for Long Chen, his situation is strange. Although his Nirvana energy is strong, his primordial spirit is hidden too deeply, but his physical body is very strong. Each of them has their own strengths. If they really fight, I actually think that Lady Wind will be stronger. After all, Long Chen is only just stronger than Huang Yu. I don't believe that Long Chen has any ability. Let's wait and see. Martial Venerable Wenren, she obviously wants Long Chen to replace Huang Yu to compete for the Saint Martial Emperor position. If he doesn't have this ability, no qualifications, no popularity, and is just an outsider, who would be willing to let him be the Saint Martial Emperor? Even if he becomes the Saint Martial Emperor, who would listen to his orders? That's right. Long Chen's only chance is to have outstanding strength. But in terms of strength, Martial God Palace already has a better choice than him. Martial Venerable Wenren, she must be anxious. Last time, during the Emperor's spiritual Qi tide, he was the only one who didn't pass the Nirvana tribulation. Even if he did, there's nothing he can do. Little Martial God's immortal body is unbeatable. To the people of True Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen was an outsider who had just integrated into True Martial Emperor Palace. He didn't have any popularity, foundation, or contribution to True Martial Emperor Palace. He wasn't even trusted yet. If he wasn't the strongest among all the competitors, he basically wouldn't have a chance. They did admit that Long Chen was talented, but so what? Martial God Palace might have someone like him. Although Long Chen was a dragon martial artist, it was only a rumor. No one had seen Long Chen transform into a real dragon. Did you hear what they said? They said that you're not my match. Feng Zhilin raised her chin and looked at him provocatively. Isn't it the same every time? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Long Chen glared at her and said. She enjoyed the feeling of Long Chen being flustered and exasperated in front of her. Yes, she was favored every single time, and she was defeated every single time. This was the shadow in Feng Zhilin's heart. Suddenly, a commotion came from the crowd. It turned out that Long Chen didn't wait for his opponent to make a move and made the first move. His entire body was filled with nirvana energy, and his physical body had become incomparably terrifying. He was on a completely different level from a few days ago. When he displayed his strength and speed, few could catch up with him. He had put all his effort into dual swords. Of course, the god-slaying sword and Lingxi sword were unavoidable. The two slender divine swords and the strange sharpness gave everyone a shock. Whenever this youth fought, there would be a thick smell of blood on his body. No one could look at him directly, but they didn't trust his strength. What they trusted most was their own eyes. Long Chen was too young and too legendary. His legend was a little fake, so everyone wanted to see if he was as mysterious as the rumors said. You're still so strong. Feng Zhilin was slightly annoyed. Long Chen was still the same, without any grace. Don't expect him to hold back. Usually, when he fought, he wouldn't let his opponent have a chance to rest. But Feng Zhilin wasn't afraid, because she was a level higher than Long Chen. He had already touched the heavenly Tao. Her delicate body leapt up and floated in mid-air. The wild wind started to sweep Feng Lin away. She was the darling of the wind, and her long hair was the longest. Just like her long dress, it fluttered in the air and made loud sounds. The first level had a diameter of 30 miles. Everyone hurriedly dodged and retreated more than 10 miles away. They scrambled to watch the battle. Long Chen took the lead. The Lingxi sword was a killing move, but the one he used the most was the god-slaying sword. This was the sword of the god of war that had always been successful. The gray shiny slender sword body and the sharp sword tip made one's scalp go numb. Gray air currents swirled around it, and the skull's nostrils, ears and mouth were moving like snakes. The god-slaying art was a connate Tao technique. Long Chen hadn't touched the heavenly Tao, so he couldn't fully understand the god-slaying art. He could only imitate the trajectory of the first word, but even so, it had already surpassed the power of a normal connate Tao technique. In everyone's eyes, wherever the gray sword Qi went, Feng Zhilin kept dodging. Feng Zhilin was already fast, but Long Chen was like a gray phantom. He was powerful and domineering, making people unable to figure out his figure. One of the elements of the wind is tearing. This is an offensive element that belongs to the wind. Feng Zhilin had temporarily cultivated the tearing Tao. The wind she controlled had the most terrifying tearing power. The surroundings seemed to be in her domain, and everything was under her control. She could even control the wind to form a wind wall made of nirvana power to block Long Chen's attack. Raging wind blades. In an instant, Feng Zhilin laughed and flew up. A total of a dozen huge wind blades danced around her like sharp knives. Each wind blade was even stronger than the one she had displayed in front of the talisman residence. These wind blades contained all of Feng Zhilin's understanding of the tearing power of the wind. Each wind blade's tearing power exceeded that of a normal Tao weapon. Even the demon clan's huge beasts could be torn apart by this tearing power. A few days ago, Long Chen had to use his strongest move with both swords at the same time to deal with a single wind blade. So many raging wind blades. Can you still block them? Feng Zhilin's laughter echoed in Long Chen's ears. This was her estimation of Long Chen's limit. She had overestimated it a little. After all, Long Chen had a hard time dealing with one wind blade previously. Come on. Long Chen held Lingxi's sword in a reverse grip, and the god-slaying sword pointed forward. His expression didn't change. He exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards his opponent. Very good. Amidst the commotion, Feng Zhilin was very pleased. She flew up high and manipulated with both hands. Under her control, a dozen wind blades flew towards Long Chen. It was the same move as last time. Every wind blade gave Long Chen the feeling that it was the claw of a huge beast that was about to grab him. But this time, Long Chen laughed coldly. He exerted his full strength and a huge amount of Nirvana World's energy surged toward the god-slaying sword, almost causing it to explode. With his strong physical body that was comparable to a Nirvana tribulation that had passed the third Nirvana tribulation, the power was endless. The wind blades tore through the space and let out a terrifying shriek. In a short period of time, they flew towards Long Chen. Ha! Long Chen let out a roar and mustered all his strength. He didn't use any moves at all. The god-slaying sword split the heavens and the earth, turning into a gray sword shadow. He swept his hand horizontally and chopped the center of a wind blade. Dang! A terrifying loud sound reverberated. All the martial artists covered their ears subconsciously. They widened their eyes and looked over in shock. They saw Long Chen using his explosively strong body and a huge amount of Nirvana World energy to cut the first wind blade into pieces. This halberd was much stronger than the last time. Feng Zhilin was shocked. She opened her mouth slightly. The strong man in the storm was still so strong. It made her feel extremely soft. She regained her senses and the other wind blades covered the sky and earth. In an instant, all of them pounced towards Long Chen. The crowd exclaimed. This was the rhythm of killing Long Chen. But then, Long Chen's movements increased by 10 times. He only used the god-slaying sword. Every wind blade that came, he used pure strength to swing the sword. The terrifying speed of his movements almost instantly shattered all the wind blades. Dang! After cutting the last wind blade, Long Chen pointed both his swords down and looked at her coldly. He asked in disdain, "Any more?" That arrogant attitude made Feng Zhilin tremble. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. "I originally thought that you wouldn't be able to make me fight to the point of madness and collapse. But it seems like it's still possible." Feng Zhilin entered a strange state. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Long Chen knew that she was sick. She was a masochist. If he didn't torture her to her heart's content, she would continue to pester him. He didn't stand on ceremony with her. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. He suddenly rushed up and slashed his sword towards the sky. "I have cultivated a total of 2 Khanate Dao techniques. I have some small results," Feng Zhilin said excitedly. Under her control, all the wind gathered towards her palm. Finally, it formed a 2-meter-long transparent blade. It was completely formed by the wind. This is the Khanate Dao technique, Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter was a comprehension of the wind attribute that was suitable for tearing. Chapter 1469. Everyone had heard about Feng Zhilin's training in these 2 aspects. Ever since the Sky Splitter blade, which was 10 times more terrifying than normal wind blades, appeared, the wild wind in her right hand gradually condensed into a 5-meter-tall man. This man was tall and strong, and only had a little of a human shape, but more like a wild beast. His entire body was made up of sharp green wind blades, and his body was in an incorporeal state. Furthermore, he was completely independent and could fight freely. At this moment, he was like a real person. He let out a tiger-like roar, and his body turned into thousands of green blades. Then, he madly rushed towards Long Chen. He instantly condensed into a human shape beside Long Chen, and punched towards Long Chen. Xiantian Dao was much more mystical than normal battle techniques. For example, the splitter could fuse with the comprehension of the laceration Dao. This clone was also a Xiantian Dao called Wind Slave. With Feng Zhilin's current comprehension, she could only condense one Wind Slave. Legend has it that when the comprehension of the doppelganger Dao reached a high level, summoning billions of Wind Slaves wouldn't be a problem. The Heaven Splitter and Wind Slave combined to form Feng Zhilin's unparalleled battle power. The battle was completely reversed at this moment. Feng Zhilin was incomparably excited. With the Heaven Splitter in hand and Wind Slave support, she started to fight Long Chen in close combat. Long Chen was originally full of respect for the Heavenly Dao. Now that he saw Feng Zhilin, who had some understanding of the Heavenly Dao, attack, he was even more respectful. The Heavenly Dao was endless. Just the Wind Dao had countless branches. The Wind Dao would have as many branches as the attributes of the wind. Berserk, laceration, elegant, clone, roar. These were all the attributes of the wind. To learn all of the Wind Dao and comprehend it to perfection would probably exhaust Feng Zhilin's entire life. After all, the wind Tao was a type of Tao. For example, the chaotic Tao was a small Tao. One could learn it quickly, but if one couldn't master it in the future, there would be a limit. Long Chen's slaughter Tao was the greatest Tao. It was the most ordinary Tao, but it had countless branches. The slaughter Tao was just a branch of the battle Tao. As for the time Tao, it was a supreme Tao that was extremely rare. No matter what kind of Tao it was, as long as one cultivated it to the highest level, one would be able to become a god. While sighing at the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao, Long Chen did not stay idle. The heavenly Tao was terrifying, but Feng Jilin's comprehension was only at the level of an ordinary second-stage nirvana tribulation, and her physical body and nirvana power were inferior to him. You want to compete in close combat with me? Long Chen's dual sword technique was getting better and better. His speed was terrifying, and he could easily dodge Feng Jilin's sky splitter. Can't I? Feng Jilin was excited. Her eyes were sparkling, full of charm. She closed in on him. Her slender figure fluttered in the wind. It was so mesmerizing. At this moment, countless green blades formed wind slaves behind Long Chen. Wind slaves roared. His fist filled with green blades suddenly pierced towards Long Chen's back. If he was hit by it, Long Chen's body would probably be crushed into pieces. Long Chen had expected this. At this critical moment, Wind Slave stabbed the god-slaying sword behind him. He used all his strength to perform the 9 dragons devouring the sky. This was Long Chen's strongest attack at the moment, and it had surpassed part of the god-slaying art's destructive power. 9 terrifying divine dragons in the formation pattern turned into sword chi and surged out. They entangled Wind Slaves immediately. The 9 divine dragons bit, causing Wind Slaves to scream in pain. He was pressed to the ground, struggling madly, but he could not move. Break! Long Chen bellowed. Slave Feng's body exploded under his sword attack. He couldn't move at all. While the god-slaying sword was suppressing Wind Slaves, Long Chen's Lingxi sword was not idle. He had been saving the Lingxi sword for this critical moment. While Long Chen was dealing with Wind Slaves, Feng Jilin seized the opportunity. The 2-meter-long sky splitter soared to the sky and slashed down. The earth shook. The sky splitter gathered all of Feng Jilin's understanding of the tearing Tao. Its destructive power was far greater than Wind Slaves. You can block it. Feng Jilin seemed to be sleep-talking. Her full chest was heaving up and down. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The Lingxi sword turned into a black light from bottom to top. The black light transformed into 4 sword chi. 2 of them blocked the sky splitter, while the other 2 rushed towards Feng Jilin. The 2 sword lights of the god-slaying art were not enough to block the sky splitter. However, Long Chen did not only attack. When he activated the god-slaying art, his left hand, which was holding the god-slaying sword, had already killed Wind Slaves. He returned immediately and performed the 2nd level of Extreme Finger of Universe, Time Stop. Time stopped. Without any suspense, the sky splitter froze. The power of the sky splitter could not be exerted. At this moment, Long Chen escaped from the fighting range of the sky splitter. The 2 black sword lights escaped the attack and pierced towards Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin held the sky splitter in her hand. The sky splitter could not move. If she did not run away, she would be hit by the sword light of the Lingxi sword. Being hit by the Lingxi sword was a serious matter. She had just condensed her primordial spirit, so she might not be able to withstand it. So, she suddenly retreated. At this moment, Long Chen was behind her. In that instant, he held her with one hand and put the god-slaying sword on her neck. With his strong physical strength, hugging her like this, the thick strength of his arm made Feng Jilin unable to move at all. Feeling the cold temperature on her neck, Feng Jilin's cold body suddenly softened. She was like a ball of cotton in Long Chen's arms. The 2 of them descended from the sky. Long Chen did not know if the other party would admit defeat. He did not dare to let go of her easily. One should know that he had spent a lot of effort to defeat this troublesome fellow. The spectators watched this scene with pale faces. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Long Chen had won too quickly. When they realized that Long Chen had already subdued Feng Jilin, they couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. However, this was the truth. At this moment, the crowd had an idea of Long Chen's strength. Those who were gossiping felt like they had been slapped in the face. Long Chen's fighting style was strong and hot-blooded. His strong physical body brought a huge visual impact to the crowd. The intense fight suddenly stopped. The place became quiet. However, very quickly, there was a thunderous applause. The applause was so loud that Feng Zhilin had no choice but to admit defeat. The two of them landed on the ground. The crowd suddenly felt that Feng Zhilin lowered her head and blushed. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of Long Chen hugging her so tightly. Long Chen also felt that the lady in his arms was especially soft. It was like the feeling of Lingxi nestling in his arms. She had long given up resisting. To think that he was hugging her so tightly to prevent her from retaliating. Feng Zhilin had a good figure. Compared to Lingxi and Li Xuanji, she was more voluptuous. Hugging her in his arms, there was another sense of flesh. Her alluring scent could easily arouse one's imagination. However, Long Chen felt that she had given up resisting. Men and women should not touch, so he hurriedly let go. At the same time, he was guarding against her counterattack. She was a person who liked to act shamelessly. If he was careless and allowed her to defeat him, it would affect his plan to kill Fu Hai. That would be troublesome. Long Chen knew his limits. He had guessed correctly. Just as he let go, the other party suddenly turned around and pounced at him without any hesitation. This was an extremely dangerous moment. Long Chen snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He would not let her succeed. The god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards her neck. If she dared to pounce on him, Long Chen would make her head fly off. However, at this moment, Long Chen saw Feng Zhilin's innocent eyes. He was shocked and hurriedly stopped his attack. The next moment, Feng Zhilin pounced into his arms and hugged his waist. Her waist-length hair swayed and her pretty face was already buried in Long Chen's chest. Long Chen raised his hands. The two swords in his hands almost stabbed Feng Zhilin to death. If he did not stop in the end, Long Chen was stunned. What was this woman doing? Why did she pounce into his arms? Not only him, but the others were also confused. What was Feng Zhilin doing? Could it be? No matter how they looked at it, there seemed to be something wrong with this scene. Could it be that Feng Zhilin had someone she liked? Was it Long Chen? Those who liked to gossip couldn't help but guess that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. What are you doing? Long Chen put down his swords and stretched out his hands to pull her away. However, Feng Zhilin was hugging very close. Long Chen was afraid that if he used too much strength, he would break her arms. Just as he was racking his brains, Feng Zhilin naturally left his embrace. She stood up straight in front of Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with moving tears. Because she was a little nervous, her face was flushed. It was indeed a little intoxicating. She said word by word, "I am just thanking you. Don't think too much. I just want to tell you that I hated my past self. You saved me. I am grateful that you gave me a second life. You gave me a chance to experience life again. I think I will let you see another me. I won't let you down." This was what she wanted to say to Long Chen since she came back. However, she never had the chance. Today she had still lost. But this was the easiest defeat she had ever had. She didn't feel any pressure. This kind of defeat and Long Chen's strength made her even happier. Let's talk when we have time. Hearing the flirtatious discussions around her, Feng Zhilin said this. Her long dress danced in the wind as she headed for the Zhenwu Emperor path. In a few flashes, she had already left Long Chen's sight. Long Chen's mind wasn't clear. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was strange that it was so easy to understand. But he finally understood. In the future, Feng Zhilin probably wouldn't go against him. She might even help him. He understood it so simply. Feng Zhilin had left. The show was over. Long Chen saw Wenren-shi in the crowd. At the same time, he saw the other venerable martial artist, Yi Futu. Chapter 1470. It was Wenren-shi's first time seeing him fight. He looked at Long Chen with approval in the crowd. Feng Zhilin was currently the strongest of the new generation in Yi Juanyao's faction. She also had the chance to become a Saint Martial Emperor. Long Chen defeating her meant that the new generation in Wenren-shi's faction would be stronger than Feng Zhilin. Of course, to become a Saint Martial Emperor, strength was the first factor, but it wasn't the only factor. An individual's decision-making ability, moral values, ability to control the overall situation, psychological quality, and so on were all very important. What the true martial emperor palace needed was a ruler, not a warrior. In fact, in everyone's eyes, the little martial god Yang Chen was a true warrior. There were only two things in his life: cultivation and battle. In his eyes, emotions were somewhat extravagant. Long Chen hadn't seen this so-called little martial god before, but his battle this time had alarmed one of the three martial venerables, Yi Futu, who was known as the Slaughter Martial Venerable. He had never seen Yi Futu before, but at first glance, he knew that it was him. He walked over surrounded by a group of Hanwu Hall cultivators. The Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, King of Hanwu, and the others followed behind him respectfully. Who else could this person be if not the Slaughter Martial Venerable, Yi Futu? However, Yi Futu's appearance didn't match the title of Slaughter Martial Venerable at all. Yi Futu also maintained the appearance of a young man. Unlike Wenrenshi's delicate and adorable appearance, he was only about 1.4 meters tall, but his body was slightly chubby. He was bald, and there were ring scars on his head. His face was chubby, and he was much rounder than a kitten. He wore a simple yellow robe that was loose. His face was oily and he was smiling, like an innocent and adorable child. His appearance made it easy for others to get close to him. However, when they thought of the fact that he was the famous slaughter martial saint of the three great emperor domains, Yi Futu, they would shrink back at the sight of him. Yi Futu had arrived before Long Chen had subdued Feng Jilin. After watching Long Chen's battle for a while, his face was full of smiles. His two deep dimples were so adorable that they made people's hearts tingle. He maintained the smile on his face, and after watching Long Chen for a while, he led the people from the Hall of Hanwu out of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Long Chen recalled that this massacre martial saint had another nickname, the Smiling Buddha. When he first saw the slaughter martial saint, he was shocked. However, what caught his attention even more was that Fu Hai was among the group of cold martial hall martialists who had just left. Fu Hai went out. Long Chen and Nangong Lai looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. In this case, he could make a trip to the Fu Manor to look for that Fu Linger and see the situation first. Otherwise, if he rashly dealt with Fu Hai, although he might be able to solve the problem, there would be many hidden dangers. After all, some things might not be as simple as he imagined. The commotion gradually dissipated. The crowd gradually left. The battle between Long Chen and Feng Jilin would definitely be known by everyone. However, Long Chen reckoned that they would be more interested in Feng Jilin's final desperate hug. If not for Long Chen holding back in time, she would have lost her life. Desperate for a hug. There were many tricks in this. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Long Chen met up with Nangong Lai alone. Nangong Lai went straight to the point and said, "I will stand guard here. Once they return, I will inform you. You are stronger than me. How about you sneak in and check out the situation?" Long Chen nodded in agreement. This way, Nangong Lai would not be in any danger. Long Chen did not wish for him to be in danger. For this kind of matter, it was enough for him to handle it himself. After the discussion, Long Chen did not linger and headed towards the 8th floor of the Fu Manor. This matter should have been carried out a long time ago, but it was interrupted by Feng Jilin. This did not affect Long Chen's anger. He just concealed it. It could be said that he was a fearless person. Zhenwu the Great would never allow him to be killed. Therefore, he knew that he could cause as much trouble as he wanted Han Yunxing to live. Right now, his sense of belonging to the true martial emperor palace was not as important as Han Yunxing. With Long Chen's current strength, he was at a high level in the entire Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. He was much more powerful than ordinary people when he secretly approached the Fu Manor. The Fu Manor was Fu Hai's home. Nangong Lai had already found out that there were 3 Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors in Fu Hai's family. However, they had been out on missions these days. In other words, there were no Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors in the Fu Manor when Fu Hai was not around. Long Chen had also learned about Fu Ling. She was young and her cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye was very useful for those at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. With his current cultivation, he could easily locate Fu Ling. It was a dungeon. He held his breath and entered the Fu Manor from outside the wall. There were many warriors inside, but they were not even at the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. They could not detect Long Chen at all. Long Chen quietly entered the dungeon and instantly knocked out 2 guards at the great perfection of the martial way. Although it was a dungeon, it was very luxurious. Fu Ling did not receive any abuse. She was sleeping on the bed and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Although she was young, she was very charming. Not only was she charming in appearance, but her temperament was also very charming. It was no wonder that Han Yunxing was moved. With his current temperament, it was difficult for people of the same age to move him. A young girl who was lively and cheerful and persistent in love might be able to move him more. Long Chen knew that although Han Yunxing was very controlling, he was a sentimental person deep down. He was sincere to Nangong Lai and took good care of Long Chen. However, if something were to happen to him, the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi had also been opposed by the other party's father. He had experienced this deeply and could not tolerate it. Furthermore, it involved Han Yunxing's life. He was already sufficiently calm to be able to control himself and not start a massacre. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been able to endure it until now. Long Chen gently woke up the girl who had fallen asleep after crying. Fu Ling woke up in fright and shrank to the corner of the bed. She looked at Long Chen in horror and was about to scream when Long Chen said softly, "I'm Long Chen. Han Yunxing is my uncle." His words caused the other party to calm down. She took a few breaths to stabilize her emotions. She tidied herself up and stood up. She looked outside the dungeon and said nervously, "I've heard about you from Uncle Han. Why are you here?" Fu Hai went out. "I snuck in to ask you. Time waits for no man. I want to save my Uncle Han. Answer my question," Long Chen said softly. Fu Ling's mental fortitude was also very strong. She was a good woman. Long Chen could see that from her expression. Fu Ling nodded quickly. Long Chen asked, "Tell me what happened first." Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Simply put, I love him very much. I finally moved him and made him put aside the past to be with me. I like him like crazy, but my father objected. I didn't expect his attitude to be so intense. Because of his age and background, he looked down on him. He imprisoned Uncle Han in his God nation. If I hadn't threatened to kill myself, he would have killed Uncle Han long ago." It was probably out of habit for her to call Han Yunxing that way. Later, they fell in love over time, but it couldn't be changed. From her eyes, Long Chen saw the same gaze as Lingxi's. That was her persistence and dedication to love. She wasn't afraid of the secular world's eyes. She wasn't afraid of anything. She only wanted to pursue the person she liked. Such a woman was worthy of respect. Before Long Chen could ask, Fu Ling continued. She said anxiously with tears in her eyes, "I know you're very strong, but you're not my father's match. A few days ago, you appeared at the door and saw through my father's affairs. This made him very angry. He has a bad temper and is difficult to negotiate with. It was my one-sided love that harmed Uncle Han. I shouldn't have contacted him." "Don't cry. Tell me the solution," Long Chen said calmly. The anger in his heart had already burned from his toes to the top of his head. Their story was so similar to his. However, Long Chen's current goal was to kill Fu Ling's father. However, he knew that Fu Hai was also not Fu Ling's biological father. He was just an orphan that he brought back from outside. In the Fu residence, there were many people with the same status as Fu Ling. The people of the martial god palace would usually bring back many talented youths from outside and adopt them as their adopted children. When they grew up and became super geniuses, they would also gain a lot of benefits. Fu Ling calmed down and said, "I only found out a very important thing a few days ago. Fu Hai is much more ruthless than I imagined. He cares about his face and dignity, but he never cares about my feelings. Maybe he really loves me, but it's not to the extent that I imagined. He promised not to kill Uncle Han, but he used despicable means." Long Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. He asked, "What means?" "In this world, there is a kind of poisonous insect called goo. He asked someone for a kind of terrifying god-devouring goo and planted it in Uncle Han's body. He has a Dao tool goo bell, and as long as he uses the nirvana force to activate the goo bell to make a sound, the god-devouring goo will devour Uncle Han's god martial spirit, causing him to die instantly." Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. His chest was about to explode. Not only did Fu Hai imprison him, but he also used such despicable means. Han Yunxing's life was in the hands of Fu Hai. Long Chen was very glad that he did not kill Fu Hai directly. Otherwise, even if Fu Hai died, he could use Nirvana Force to activate the Gu Bell and kill Han Yunxing. It did not matter if Fu Hai died, but if Han Yunxing died, so what if he killed Fu Hai? Long Chen was burning with anger, but he restrained himself and thought of a way. Chapter 1471. Hatred and rage burned in Xiao Chen's chest. Long Chen found it hard to breathe. He rarely felt so hot-headed. A man that Xiao Chen respected was imprisoned in Fu Hai's deity nation, tortured, and on his last breath. He was even poisoned by the spirit-devouring Gu, which controlled his life. As long as Fu Hai used his nirvanic energy and shook the Dao Tool Gu Bell, the spirit-devouring Gu would take effect and Han Yunxing would die instantly. This made Long Chen extremely angry, but it also made him feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, he racked his brains. Actually, I understand. My father is not a good person. I'm afraid his purpose in getting Uncle Han to leave the Martial God Palace was to find a place to finish him off without anyone knowing. That way, I would not know and would not commit suicide. He felt that this matter would affect his reputation greatly. If I committed suicide, it would affect him even more. I really cannot see how he values my life at all. Or perhaps in his eyes, his reputation is more important than the lives of his adopted children. Fu Ling was not a fool. She knew why Han Yunxing did not agree even at death's door. Although Long Chen's mind was in a mess, he could conclude that there were two main obstacles to overcome. The first was to get Han Yunxing out of Fu Hai's deity nation. Otherwise, if Fu Hai did not agree, Long Chen could only kill him to open his deity nation. However, Fu Hai could easily kill Han Yunxing during that process. The second obstacle was if Han Yunxing could come out. Was there a way to prevent him from using his nirvanic energy to activate the Dao Tool Gu Bell? Then what was the way to break the spirit-devouring Gu? These two obstacles made Long Chen's mind very confused. Sorry, I harmed him. I deserve to die. Fu Hai is hot-tempered, but he is very meticulous. He would never let me be with Uncle Han. He would even kill us. He kept us alive so that his reputation would not be affected and he could resolve this matter quietly. Fu Linger's face was covered in tears, and hatred appeared in her eyes. It looked like she did not have a good time in Fu Hai's residence. The first hurdle was fine. Fu Hai wanted Han Yunxing to leave the Martial God Palace voluntarily. As for the first hurdle, at that moment, a noise came from outside. Long Chen hid himself and looked down. The person who came in was beyond his expectation. It was Feng Jilin. She seemed to have followed Long Chen all the way here. She stood at the door with a cold face and said, "Maybe I can help." It's her. Long Chen remembered that she had visited Fu Hai before. Their relationship should be quite good. Come in. Long Chen trusted her. From the day he saved her, the two of them were no longer enemies. Although Feng Jilin still wanted to compete with him, when it came to other issues, the two of them were on the same side. Long Chen quickly explained the situation in front of Fu Ling. Fu Hai is so stubborn. So boring. Feng Jilin muttered in disgust. Then she looked at Long Chen and said, "Looks like I came at the right time. I was wondering what you were so anxious about. So this is why. This is easy. First, with my relationship with Fu Hai, we can persuade him to let Han Yunxing go. Then, we can take him away from the Martial God Palace. Fu Hai does not know that we know about the spirit-devouring Gu. Moreover, with my relationship, he should let Han Yunxing go. After he lets him go." Feng Jilin looked at Long Chen and said, "That depends on whether you have the ability to subdue him. Let him enter a state where his mind is fuzzy and he is seriously injured. Then, I can use this." She took out a dark green rope. It emitted a horrifying vitality like the vine of a plant. This is a doctrine weapon with 4 Dao patterns. If the imprisoned person is at Fu Hai's level, as long as the imprisonment is successful, I am confident that he will not be able to use the slightest bit of nirvana power for 15 minutes. You will be able to do whatever you want to him. At that time, you will be able to ask for the cure of the spirit-eating curse, Feng Jilin said confidently. Long Chen seemed to see the light of hope. This was the most complete method at the moment. Fu Hai did not know that Long Chen and the others knew about the spirit-devouring Gu. Therefore, when Long Chen was fighting with him, he would not choose to kill Han Yunxing on the spot. He would only do this when he was desperate. Most importantly, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had to cooperate quickly and accurately to not give each other any chance to activate the Gu Bell. Long Chen had to injure Fu Hai with one blow. Only when Fu Hai was injured could Feng Zhilin use her Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns to bind him. Why didn't you use this Dao artifact to fight me in the previous battle? Long Chen was a little surprised. A Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns was similar to Wang Chen's heaven-shrouding death wheel. I just wanted to see how strong you are. Why did I use it? Some people don't know how to take care of the fairer sex. Feng Zhilin rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. This is the only way. Long Chen thought for a while. This was the only way. With Feng Zhilin's help, it was much more convenient. Also, she was Lin Juanyao's disciple, which was very useful to Long Chen. If Wenren Jingtao attacked, it would be different. At that time, even if Yi Futu was angry, what could he do? Lin Junyao would not watch Feng Zhilin be killed. Fu Ling listened and felt that this was a good idea. It was risky, but it was the only way. She almost knelt down. Long Chen held her and said, "Don't be too dramatic. Pretend we were never here. It's up to us." Fu Ling bit her lip and said, "If possible, can you not kill Fu Hai? After all, he was the one who raised her." "I will try." Long Chen and Feng Zhilin looked at each other and walked out. The 2 guards here had been killed by Long Chen, so when Fu Hai and the others came back, Long Chen had to come and greet them immediately. They couldn't give him a chance to see Fu Ling, otherwise it would be troublesome. The key was to not let the god-eating parasite act up and find a way to cure it. To prevent people from coming in and finding out what was going on, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had been waiting at the side of the dungeon for news. "Hey!" Feng Zhilin stared at him. "What?" Long Chen asked. "Didn't you say thank you?" she said angrily. Long Chen came to his senses and chuckled. "Thank you. Your smile is so forced." Feng Zhilin couldn't stand him. But she understood. Long Chen was anxious and angry. He was giving off a murderous vibe all the time. Fu Ling wanted Long Chen to show mercy, but Long Chen wasn't sure what would happen next. If he failed and Han Yunxing was killed, he would go crazy. "Are you sure you can deal with Fu Hai? He is better than me," Feng Zhilin asked. "Yes," Long Chen said with certainty. In front of anger, he was confident. The vast kingdom of God in his body was almost as powerful as Fu Hai's nirvana. It wasn't just for show. Long Chen didn't show his full power when he fought Feng Zhilin. After waiting for a long time, Long Chen finally received Nan Gong Lai's signal. He restored the dungeon to its original state. No one would come in for a while. Then, he and Feng Zhilin quickly left Fu Manor. Indeed, after Long Chen went out, he saw Fu Hai leading the way toward the Talisman Manor. What was a little unexpected was that in addition to Fu Hai, there were more than a dozen General Han warriors following him. These General Han warriors were talking to Fu Hai with smiles on their faces. It seemed that they were Fu Hai's subordinates. Among them, 2 or 3 were in the late stage of nirvana. This team increased the difficulty of Long Chen's fight. Feng Zhilin tilted her head and looked at him. There was no fear in his eyes. When Fu Hai approached, he suppressed his anger and walked towards Fu Hai's team from the side. Feng Zhilin walked past him with a smile on her face. She welcomed Fu Hai at the entrance of Fu Manor and said, "Senior Fu, we have a small matter to discuss with you." If it was just Long Chen alone, Fu Hai would definitely not discuss it with him. He might even attack him directly. However, Feng Zhilin was different. She was a great beauty, and she also had the relationship of Lin Junyao, a martial venerable. Yi Futu and Wenren she had a conflict, but both of them wanted Lin Junyao. Therefore, almost no one dared to provoke anyone from Lin Juanyao's faction. Fu Hai glanced coldly at Long Chen, and then he smiled. "Of course. Miss Feng, follow me into the Talisman estate." Then, he personally led the way for Feng Zhilin. Long Chen knew that he had to act like a coward at this moment. Therefore, he lowered his head and let Feng Zhilin follow him into the courtyard. Fu Hai was one of the kings of Cambrian. Fu Manor was very big. They stopped in a spacious area in the courtyard. A dozen Cambrian generals walked behind Fu Hai and stared at Long Chen and Feng Zhilin. Fu Hai smiled. "Miss Feng, if you have anything to say, we can talk now." Feng Zhilin went straight to the point. "Senior Fu, you should know that Long Chen is a good friend of mine from the 3000 Palace. I heard from him that Senior Fu might have imprisoned Han Yunqing. Therefore, I'm here to help him ask. If Han Yunqing has offended Senior Fu, I'll apologize on his behalf. I just don't know if Senior Fu can be magnanimous and let Han Yunqing go for Jilin. Hearing this, Fu Hai squinted his eyes. He looked past Feng Jilin and looked at Long Chen. Kid, are you so sure that I imprisoned Han Yunqing? Long Chen lowered his head. That day, I tested you and saw that you wanted to kill me. I think it's not far from the truth. Fu Hai was deep in thought. In fact, he knew that his behavior that day was very obvious. He had the god-eating insect and could kill Han Yunqing any time he wanted. This guy was a problem in his god kingdom. Today, Han Yunqing had a good attitude and came to ask for him. Why not beat him at his own game? P.S. I've returned everything I should. I don't owe you anything now. Chapter 1472. The laws of the martial god palace were not as strict as those of the 3,000 palaces. Given his status as the Cambrian king, it was acceptable for him to punish Han Yunqing, a junior. However, if he killed Han Yunqing for no reason or imprisoned him for too long, it would not be good for his reputation. Fu Hai thought to himself, it's not good to keep this fellow in the god nation for too long. These two fellows can bring him out and save me some trouble. He was eager for Long Chen and the others to bring Han Yunqing away. However, it was not so easy for him to let Han Yunqing go so easily. Fu Hai simply admitted to what Long Chen had said. He laughed mockingly and said, "You're right. I did imprison Han Yunqing because he did something he shouldn't have done. He offended me. As his elder, I naturally have the right to teach him a lesson." Before Fu Hai released Han Yunqing, Long Chen did not dare to show too much of himself. I hope that Senior Fu will be magnanimous and not bother with my Uncle Han. Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had been so bold before. If he was too humble, it would seem very fake. This act was just nice to not arouse Fu Hai's suspicion. Fu Hai's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Wan Renxi's faction was a great enemy of Yi Futa's faction. It was impossible for Fu Hai to not hate Long Chen, who had just appeared and was able to defeat Feng Jilin. Long Chen had come to his door to hate him. Although he had the same intention, he would not feel comfortable if he did not use this opportunity to make fun of this brat. He stared at Long Chen and smiled coldly. You want me to release him? Very simple. Long Chen did not say anything and waited for Fu Hai's conditions. Indeed, Fu Hai continued, however, you have to agree to two of my conditions. Long Chen said, please speak, Senior Fu. Fu Hai's arrogant attitude made Long Chen very unhappy. If not for Han Yunqing, with Long Chen's current ability, Fu Hai would not have the right to show off in front of him. Fu Hai laughed loudly, his voice rough. The first condition is that Han Yunqing must leave Martial God Palace forever. He said in a rough voice. The first condition is that Han Yunqing must leave the Wushan Palace forever and never let me see him again. Since you are all here, you must know what happened between him and my daughter. My daughter is not even a tenth of his age. This Han Yunqing is just a vagabond. He has neither strength nor status. His potential has reached its limit, and he wants to touch my daughter? He should take a good look in the mirror. So if you don't agree to take him away and never let him come back, I will not agree to let him go. Fu Hai spoke without any hesitation. Long Chen gritted his teeth and his gaze turned gloomy. He looked like he was ready to make a move at any moment. This was similar to what Fu Hai expected. Youths were indeed youths. No matter how talented they were, it was useless. As for Han Yunqing, under the control of the spirit-devouring goo, he could only wake up when Fu Hai wanted him to. At least within the Martial God Palace, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jilin stopped Long Chen and said calmly, now that things have reached this point, they probably know that they were wrong. This is impossible, so I will agree on their behalf. At that time, I will personally send him out of Martial God Palace and never let him return. How could Long Chen not know what this fellow was thinking? He wanted Han Yunqing to leave Martial God Palace obediently first. After all, Fu Hai was not in a rush. He could wait for half a month or even half a year before he rang the bell and let Han Yunqing die. At that time, who would know that he was the one who killed Han Yunqing? At that time, Fu Ling would probably forget about Han Yunqing. Han Yunqing himself did not know about the existence of the spirit-devouring goo. Long Chen had a very unwilling expression on his face. Fu Hai looked at him mockingly and said, I heard that you and the daughter of the Lingwu Swordmaster also have such a story. It is really disgusting. Are you uncle and nephew people who don't know how to be ashamed of yourselves? There is such a big gap between the two sects and you don't even know how much you are worth. You are so shameless. You are actually a member of Martial God Palace. I feel ashamed for you. Shut up. To be honest, this fellow's face was much uglier than the Lingwu Swordmaster. There was only one thing in Long Chen's mind now, and that was to kill him. Ha! Fu Hai laughed and pointed at Long Chen. You are one Ren-Shi's treasure. In my eyes, you are just a pile of shit. Don't you want me to let Han Yunxing go? It is very simple. I have a second condition. The second condition is, if you can defeat all the General Hanwu behind me but cannot kill them, I will let Han Yunxing go. This condition was for Long Chen. Long Chen thought quickly, let me defeat them. 3 of them are in the late stage of Nirvana tribulation. Their strength is close to Feng Jilin's. If they work together, they will be harder to deal with than Feng Jilin. But I can't show too much strength. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with him later. With a plan in mind, Long Chen acted like he should. He walked past Feng Jilin and said coldly and domineeringly, in that case, come at me together. Fu Hai applauded and mocked. How courageous. As expected of someone who has been summoned by the great emperor. Everyone, come at me together. Be careful not to kill him. After that, he stepped back and waved to Feng Jilin. Lady Feng, come here. Let's watch together. This was an unexpected change, but Feng Jilin believed that Long Chen could handle it. She came to Fu Hai's side. Why are you helping this guy? Fu Hai asked curiously. He saved my life once. I am repaying him, Feng Jilin said. To repay a debt of gratitude. Oh. To be saved by such a person is really an uncomfortable thing. But fortunately, I thought that Miss Feng liked this kid. It gave me a fright. Fu Hai said with a chuckle. Feng Jilin frowned slightly. No matter where she went, there was still an old man who wanted to take advantage of her, and the man she really cared about still didn't care about her. At this time, Long Chen was surrounded by more than a dozen Cambrian generals. He had too much resentment in his heart, and this was the perfect time to vent it. He just needed to not go too far. If necessary, he could hold back and pretend that he won with difficulty. Brothers, let's go. More than a dozen Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts surrounded Long Chen without any explanation, and then attacked him one by one. They were all people who had achieved great success in the martial Dao, and were very good at controlling their own attack power. Even in a narrow environment, they were able to do it with ease. More than a dozen Nirvana Realm warriors had a combined combat power that was stronger than Feng Jilin's. Ordinary people would not be able to break through. In fact, even Fu Hai himself would not be able to defeat so many people. His main purpose was to torture Long Chen and wear down his spirit. A terrifying Nirvana power completely sealed off the courtyard. Among them, there were a few Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors who did not participate in the battle. Instead, they used binding-type Dao tools to imprison Long Chen. That way, they would be able to trample on him at will. Brothers, remember, don't kill him. Otherwise, if one Ren-Shi comes looking for trouble, you will all have to bear the consequences. Fu Hai laughed loudly. Yes, boss. Those Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors didn't put Long Chen in their eyes at all. Each of them had already begun to practice an innate Dao that was suitable for them, but they were not as proficient as Feng Jilin. But even so, their attack power was still very terrifying, especially the 3 who had reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. One of them could fight against 3 to 5 other warriors. His surroundings were trapped in a world where he could not move due to the chaotic Nirvana energy. Brothers, if you don't want to attack first, then let the 3 of us attack first. 3 of the men who looked similar laughed loudly. The 3 of them attacked Long Chen from 3 directions. A huge amount of Nirvana Tribulation Realm was unleashed. Instantly, the space shook and Long Chen was suppressed to a corner. Long Chen's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it with all his might. 2 slender and sharp swords appeared in his hands. With his terrifying speed, Long Chen broke out of the encirclement. The God-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword were unleashed respectively, and attacked 2 of the warriors who were only in the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. With one move, Long Chen shocked everyone. The one who was attacked by the god-slaying sword was fine. He was only bleeding and retreating in a sorry state. The other one was stabbed by the sword chi of the Lingxi sword. His eyelids rolled and he fell to the ground unconscious. He almost lost his breath. This kid is strange. Everyone, attack together and take him down. The warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm finally reacted. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. One by one, they surrounded Sumo and used all their Dao weapons. Staffs, rods, seals, and even ropes and iron chains fell from the sky. Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram. Long Chen used this move without hesitation. When he saw Long Chen casually changing in the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram, Fu Hai's expression changed. This kid, the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram was a bloodline mystique. When Long Chen was fighting Feng Jilin, he didn't use it. This mystique was most suitable for a chaotic battle. As long as the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram was used, Long Chen was almost invincible. The move that he used to defeat Wang Chen was actually the explosion of the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram. This was Long Chen's most terrifying killer move, especially after his Nirvana Tribulation realm's power increased greatly. Fu Hai's sharp senses told him that Long Chen could win by relying on this mystique. As expected, no one was able to hit Long Chen while they were rapidly moving around. Their advantage of surrounding him had been completely nullified. Kid, if you have guts, don't just run away. I'll kill you. Yeah, if you have guts, don't run away. Chapter 1473. To be honest, if Long Chen hadn't been afraid of scaring Fu Hai, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time with them after using the ancient blood hell diagram. He could have easily changed his position and eliminated their advantage of besieging him. Then, he could have defeated them immediately. However, in order to win, he still endured for a long time. He dealt with his opponents one by one. When he knew that there were only a few people left, Fu Hai's face was completely black. He shouted, "Everyone stop!" Originally, he wanted to use the encirclement to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. However, he did not expect that because of Long Chen's magical ability to break the encirclement became a burden. Long Chen dealt with more than a dozen people one by one, and they were all defeated by Long Chen. In Fu Hai's view, this was the effect of the bloodline magic ability. If Fu Hai had this bloodline magic ability, he would be able to deal with everyone in a few blinks of an eye. In his subconscious, Long Chen's combat power was still not as good as his. The reason why Long Chen lasted for so long was to let Fu Hai think this way. Trash, get back here. He wanted to humiliate Long Chen, but he was humiliated by Long Chen instead. Fu Hai was very angry, and his rough face had turned black. He walked towards Long Chen, stood on the steps, and looked down at the exhausted Long Chen. He shouted, "It seems that your strength is not bad. You are qualified to compete with the little martial god. But if you think you have a chance of winning just because of this, then you are wrong. In the eyes of all the cultivators of Martial God Palace, you are outsiders. You better not have any ideas. I, Fu Hai, am willing to accept my loss. You actually won. As long as you swear to take Han Yunqing away from Martial God Palace and never come back, I will let him go." Long Chen wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Those dozens of Cambrian generals were not easy to deal with. After defeating them all, he still consumed some of his energy, but it didn't matter. Most of it was just an act by Long Chen. He knew that the real exciting moment was coming. Everything was going according to plan. Long Chen really wanted to kill this stubborn old guy right now. He squinted his eyes and stubbornly looked at Fu Hai for a while. "What are you looking at? Don't you want to swear? Do you believe that I won't kill him now?" Fu Hai roared. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He had to pretend that he was unwilling to give in. "I swear on my dignity, I will take him away and never let him come back." Fu Hai sneered and said, "What the hell is your dignity? But you can do it. Do you know the price of fooling me?" At this time, Feng Jilin walked past the injured Cambrian generals and came to Long Chen's side. Fu Hai glanced at the pretty Feng Jilin and said, "Today, I am giving you uncle and nephew a chance on account of Miss Feng. Don't think that this is your territory the moment you arrive at the Martial God Palace. You are still far from it. Take Han Yunqing and scram quickly. Such trash wants to be with my daughter? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Don't you know how old you are?" As he spoke, he opened the God Nation. Long Chen was enduring. Every word the other party said was so unpleasant. If Han Yunqing's life was not in the other party's hands, he would not have said so much to the other party. Sure enough, the other party still got Han Yunqing out according to the plan. Long Chen held his breath and tried his best to remain calm. However, when he saw Han Yunqing, he couldn't help but feel his blood rush to his head and he almost attacked him. All the blood in his body was roaring and the air in his chest was expanding. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot, turning red. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. Fu Hai held the unconscious Han Yunqing in his hand and looked at Long Chen's angry expression. He laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? Little fellow, are you very angry? Do you want to fight me? I welcome that." In his hands, Han Yunqing was on the verge of death. The handsome man of the past was now in a miserable state. His hands and feet had been chopped off by Fu Hai, and his remaining torso was in a mess. There were wounds all over it, and there were also many burn marks. This Fu Hai cultivated the Tao of Fire. Only he could turn Han Yunqing into a charred black, inhuman shape. This is the price of not recognizing reality. This is the price of not being able to recognize reality, wanting to change from a sparrow to a phoenix, wanting to encroach on my daughter. Han Yunqing deserves all this. I, Fu Hai, have a good temper. I don't want his life. I just want him to leave the martial god palace forever. However, if he dares to return, his fate will not be as simple as it is now. Only you would want to take back such a filthy thing. I would be afraid of dirtying my deity's nation. After Fu Hai spoke, he tossed the charred Han Yunqing, who was missing all 4 limbs, to Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. Even Feng Jilin, who was standing beside him, trembled. She rarely saw Long Chen in such a state. That undisguised killing intent caused her, who was the closest to him, to tremble and retreat a few steps. She looked up in shock and saw Long Chen's hands trembling as he let Han Yunqing enter his deity nation. Indeed, Long Chen's hands were trembling. He did not make a sound and slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes revealed a horrifying baleful aura as he stared at Fu Hai. Fu Hai felt as though he had entered a boundless blood-colored world. All the sounds in the surroundings had disappeared. The hatred and bloodlust radiating from this youth was shocking. Even Fu Hai could feel that this youth was on the verge of exploding. If not for Han Yunqing's miserable state, Long Chen would not be so angry. This was the man he respected. However, under the torture of this beast, he was in such a miserable state. He even had a spirit-devouring goo in his body. Fu Hai was stunned. Given his strong character, he naturally would not be frightened by Long Chen. He could not help but roar. Why? Brat, you already have the person. Do you still dare to fight me in the martial god palace? Do you think you can kill me? If you have such thoughts, hurry up and attack. If you offend me, I can take your life. Fu Hai smiled coldly and said, "You dare to be so arrogant in front of me at such a young age? When I was arrogant, your father was still playing with mud." There was nothing more to say. Feng Jilin looked at Long Chen worriedly. Fu Hai was sure that Long Chen would not dare to attack. He understood this brat too well. He was here to ask for help. If he dared to attack, he would be too bold and impulsive. However, what he could never have imagined was that Long Chen would suddenly let out a roar and, like a wild beast, immediately pounced at the sea of talismans that was just inches away from him. "You are courting death. Don't blame me," Fu Hai said with a cold laugh. Long Chen didn't put away the ancient blood hell diagram at all. He only kept the ancient snow domain with him. The blood-colored movement technique was spread out on his body. He was already prepared and was just waiting for the moment the other party handed over Han Yunqing. Anger and hatred. However, Long Chen did not lose his mind. He used the ancient blood hell formation and appeared behind Fu Hai in a flash. Lock. Under his control, the surrounding space was sealed by him. In order to coordinate with the ancient hell of blood formation, Long Chen even specially took out some Tao artifacts for research. Among the large number of Tao artifacts he had, there were some types of Tao artifacts that had such an effect. For example, at this moment, Long Chen sucked him and Fu Hai into a purple gold gourd at the fastest speed. This purple gold gourd was a Tao tool with one Tao pattern. If one was sucked in, It would be difficult to break out of the purple gold gourd if one's strength was below the late stage of nirvana tribulation. For the current Long Chen, this kind of Dao tool with only one Dao pattern was basically useless in battle. However, Long Chen could use it to support the ancient blood hell formation. Fu Hai burst out laughing. He stood face to face with Long Chen in the narrow purple gold gourd. He pointed at the purple gold gourd and said, "No matter what, you are the strongest of the new generation on Wan Rinxi's side. He actually let you use this kind of rubbish Dao tool. Is Wan Rinxi too poor, or are you too poor?" At this point, he suddenly closed his mouth. He saw that Long Chen's eyes were filled with a cold, bloodthirsty light. The blood-red spell formation on his body flickered, and a terrifying destructive power gathered on his body. It grew larger and larger, and in a short moment, it surpassed the limits of what Fu Hai could bear. At that moment, Fu Hai finally understood what was going on. He realized that this young man seemed to have long been prepared to kill him. Everything that had happened previously seemed very suspicious, and now it was even more suspicious. However, Fu Haijin did not know what the young man's motives were. What benefits did he gain from killing him? It was simply because he was very angry. Long Chen did not give him a chance to think. He immediately detonated the ancient blood hell formation. The incomparably terrifying power was released. Although Fu Hai was slightly prepared to resist, he still bore the brunt because he was in the narrow space of the purple gold gourd. Such a terrifying power had actually exploded in such a narrow space. Just how terrifying was the resulting power? It could be said that the talisman C was instantly drowned out by that power. The violet gold gourd was a Dao item, but it was instantly shattered by the power that was released and exploded. There was a loud bang that shook the entire 5 elements clear sky pagoda. Long Chen did not care so much. He only cared about releasing the anger in his heart. That terrifying power directly blew up more than half of Fu Hai's body, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he only needed to add another slash. The other party's nirvana power was currently healing his body. This was a critical moment. Long Chen rushed forward and threw Fu Hai's body in the direction of Feng Jilin. Everything happened in an instant. Chapter 1474. Just now, he was really angry, so he was a bit more ruthless. Fortunately, he didn't kill Fu Hai right away. He still had a chance to ask about the method to cure the god-devouring insect. The feeling of releasing all the power in his body was very refreshing. Following that was a feeling of exhaustion. Long Chen did not allow himself to be tired. That explosion could be said to have blasted out all the depression in his heart. Fu Hai was courting death. Long Chen had already reached his limit. This old man was rude and unreasonable. Long Chen didn't care who he was. It was still a critical moment. Long Chen had gotten his revenge, and his mind had regained some clarity. Although he was a bit tired, he still reacted immediately. At this time, Feng Jilin had already made her move. She used the Dao tool with 4 Dao patterns to completely tie up Fu Hai. This Dao tool had the effect of controlling nirvana power. Fu Hai was seriously injured, so he couldn't use his nirvana power at all, let alone the Gubel. With Fu Hai's current state, Feng Jilin could trap him for half a month. However, the explosion just now had alarmed a lot of people. Long Chen knew that he didn't have much time left. Fu Hai didn't die. His nirvana power was sealed, so he couldn't even restore his body. Now, his whole body was burnt black. He was in a much worse state than Han Yunxing. This was retribution. The severe pain made me scream. My eyes were filled with panic and shock as I looked at the indifferent young man who was gradually approaching me. Long Chen's temperament had changed. Just now he was an angry beast, but now he was an indifferent machine. The current Long Chen finally made Fu Hai feel fear. The ancient blood prison formation had subdued Fu Hai, but there were still more than a dozen General Cambrian who were not injured yet. Before Long Chen started to interrogate Fu Hai, he didn't say a word. Instead, he dragged his swords and charged towards the General Cambrian. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back. The enemies were basically all injured. The Lingxi sword was a super divine weapon that could reap lives. Under the Lingxi sword, all the Cambrian generals died tragically on the spot. Long Chen, you are crazy. You actually killed so many people. You will not have a good ending. You will be punished by the entire martial god palace. The few remaining Cambrian generals threatened as they fled frantically. You guys are scaring me. Long Chen reversed the situation and chased after them. His voice was ice cold, causing one's hair to stand on end. Before, Long Chen was very humble in front of Fu Hai, but now, his behavior had exceeded the imagination of the Cambrian generals. They had never expected Long Chen to be so daring. With Long Chen's current strength, when he truly exploded out, his speed was terrifying. The Cambrian generals all screamed as they died. Long Chen didn't give them many chances, as he didn't have much time. As such, this massacre ended as quickly as it came. Long Chen, you will be punished to death. Even one Ren she won't be able to protect you. You are challenging the entire martial god palace. You are an outsider. You are the enemy of the entire martial god palace. The last cultivator shouted miserably as he retreated miserably. That's just what you think. When Long Chen thought of Han Yunxing's miserable state, there was no hesitation in his eyes. This was the rule of survival. If Long Chen didn't kill him, how could he find out about the spirit-devouring goo from Fu Hai? Fu Hai's eyes widened as he watched the cold-blooded youth kill the last General Cambrian. Lingxi's sword only pierced the General Cambrian's neck, but the General Cambrian fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Fu Hai had never heard of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator dying after being pierced in the neck. After finishing off all his opponents, Long Chen rushed back and lifted Fu Hai up with one hand. His cold eyes stared at the middle-aged man who was like a piece of charcoal, and he said word by word, "Fu Hai, can you tell me that everything I did today was actually part of my plan?" Fu Hai's body trembled as he stared at Long Chen. If that was the case, then this youth's intelligence and cold-bloodedness were too horrifying. This was a true superior. Compared to him, the martial god had no guts or brains. Fu Hai smiled. He endured the pain and smiled. So what? You have already made a grave mistake. You will die miserably. Long Chen said, "Let me tell you, since I dared to do this, I must have a way to make no one dare to touch me. If my Uncle Han wasn't in your hands, you wouldn't have lived until today." Long Chen ruthlessly smashed him onto the ground, causing dust to fill the air. He stepped on Fu Hai's head, and the slender Lingxi sword pierced into his chest. Immediately, a piercing pain from the god martial spirit spread through Fu Hai's body, causing Fu Hai to once again let out an earth-shattering scream. "Let me ask you a question. Do you think I dare to kill you?" Long Chen's black Lingxi sword was pressed against Fu Hai's scorched forehead. He said, "I just need to stab you a little, and your 10,000 years of life will be destroyed. You will lose everything." Fu Hai didn't doubt it at all. When Long Chen killed those General Cambrian, he didn't doubt it at all. Long Chen kept him alive because he was still useful. At the same time, Fu Hai also knew that with such a big movement, there would be a large number of warriors rushing in. His heart was in a mess. If you have anything to say, just say it. Fu Hai was quite stubborn. How do you deal with the spirit-devouring goo? Long Chen looked at him coldly. Ha ha. Fu Hai let out a maniacal laugh. The more he laughed, the more it affected his injuries, and the more pain he felt. But he had lived for so many years, and he had seen his fair share of trials and tribulations. After laughing for a while, Long Chen didn't let him waste any more time. His spiritual dawn sword pierced 1 centimeter into the space between Fu Hai's eyebrows. Fu Hai's eyes instantly collapsed, and he let out another miserable howl. Long Chen had experienced that pain before. The pain from Lingxi's sword and the damage to his Yuan spirit were more painful than anything else. Fu Hai was still laughing. Fu Hai was still laughing. As he laughed, he said, "You little bastard, you want me to submit to you? Humph, just kill me. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. I'm not afraid of death, but you will definitely die next. It's worth it to exchange my life for a little genius like you. Besides, Han Yunxing has to die too. You've made me so miserable today, and you still want me to give you a chance to complete your plan? Don't even think about it. Hurry up and kill me. Hurry up and kill me." He recovered a little and roared at Long Chen. Long Chen hesitated. He didn't expect this old guy to be so stubborn. He didn't even want to give up his life because he didn't want to admit defeat. Long Chen already felt that many strong cultivators had arrived. If they came, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to kill Fu Hai. So, he had to make a decision at this moment. Just then, Feng Zhilin had an idea. "Long Chen, I know. Kill Fu Hai. Take out the goo bell in his god kingdom and destroy it. The spirit-devouring goo will die. Long Chen stared at Feng Jilin in shock. How did she know? Just then, Fu Hai laughed in despair. He stared at Feng Jilin angrily and shouted, "You bastard, how can you be so cruel? I treated you well, but you colluded with him to harm me. You bitch, you heartless bastard. You will die a horrible death." Looking at Fu Hai's frenzied expression, Long Chen had an idea. He finally understood why Feng Jilin knew. In fact, she didn't know at all. She said those words to test Fu Hai. As long as he guessed correctly, Fu Hai would definitely be very excited, because Feng Jilin's method was the only solution. He is my friend, but you are not. Why should I help you? Feng Jilin stared at Fu Hai angrily. There wasn't much time. Feng Jilin's quick thinking helped Long Chen a lot. He wouldn't show mercy anymore. If he didn't kill Fu Hai, Han Yunxing would die. Old man, goodbye. Long Chen's gaze was cold. You will die a horrible death. Fu Hai looked at him in despair and frenzy. Lingxi stabbed forward with her sword and killed Fu Hai's primordial spirit. Fu Hai's body fell to the ground softly. Hurry up. Feng Jilin kept her Dao artifact. Thank you. This time, it was all thanks to Feng Jilin. Otherwise, he would have screwed things up. Long Chen squeezed into the other party's divine kingdom and quickly found the goo bell. It was a Dao artifact bell. He took out the god-slaying sword and with a slash, a Dao artifact with a single Dao pattern was split into two. It was finally solved. Long Chen used up a lot of energy and nearly fell to the ground. He exited the god nation and looked at the bloody scene around him. Success! This success came so dangerously. Long Chen and Feng Jilin looked at one another and smiled bitterly. They had fought for so long and this was the first time they worked together. It was a perfect ending. Long Chen didn't feel anything, but Feng Jilin had a weird feeling. You don't mind what he said, do you? Long Chen asked. Of course not. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Feng Jilin stared at him. She glanced at the corpses around and the strong cultivators that were gathering around. She didn't have a plan and didn't know what to do next. She could only rely on Long Chen. Whether I will die or not, my life is in your hands now, Feng Jilin said. Next, as Fu Hai said, Long Chen made such a scene and killed so many people. He definitely wouldn't die a good death. But for Long Chen, as long as he could save Han Yunxing, it was all worth it. Over a dozen generals of Cambrian and one king of Cambrian. Their corpses were all over the ground. That was Long Chen's battle record. He didn't care too much. He was most worried about Han Yunxing. In his god nation, Han Yunxing was slowly waking up. This was the sign that the god-eating goo was gone. There was only a weak nirvana energy in his body, so it was recovering very slowly. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out an immortal spirit with 2 immortal marks and said to Han Yunxing, who was still in a daze, Uncle Han, recover your body first and refine it. You are Little Chen. Han Yunxing's voice was hoarse. He looked around in surprise. This was obviously not Fu Hai's god nation. His voice was weak as he asked, What happened? I killed Fu Hai, Long Chen said. Han Yunxing woke up in shock. Chapter 1475. Uncle Han, refine this immortal essence first. We'll talk about it when you recover. I'm dealing with a small problem now. Long Chen left Han Yunxing alone. Fu Hai was dead and the goo bell was broken by Long Chen, but Han Yunxing was fine. This meant that Feng Jilin's test was absolutely correct. Long Chen was relieved that Han Yunxing was fine. The small problem he was talking about was not small at all. The space inside the 5 elements Haotian Pagoda wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. The fierce battle here, especially the explosion of Long Chen's ancient blood hell formation, was enough to shake the entire 5-element Haotian Pagoda. Everyone knew that a battle had taken place on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was where the Hall of Cambrian was. On the wall of the Fu Manor, Long Chen looked up. One by one, the warriors arrived and stood on the wall, watching everything in shock. The corpses of the Cambrian generals were strewn all over the place. Fu Hai, who was unrecognizable, had turned into a charred corpse at Long Chen's feet. Feng Jilin stood next to Long Chen. This wasn't the death of one person, but the death of a dozen Cambrian generals and a Cambrian king. Every Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert was an important resource for the true martial palace. For example, the Supreme Een Devil World only had slightly more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. Today, nearly 20 of them had died. Moreover, it happened inside the true Martial Emperor Palace. This was a major event for the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. Ordinary warriors could only watch in shock. They didn't dare to act rashly. At the same time, they waited for the experts to arrive. They saw the slender swords in Long Chen's hands. There was still some blood on the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. This newcomer, Long Chen, killed them. A king Cambrian and 15 generals Cambrian. The onlookers all let out a gasp. They looked at Long Chen in shock. This was a big deal. What was this cold-faced youth doing? Didn't he know that he would die if he kept acting like this? Moreover, where did he get the strength to kill Fu Hai? Fu Hai was a second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Not many martial artists could kill a second-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert when they were at the first stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If they knew that Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, they would probably be scared to death. Long Chen was almost considered to be in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Everyone's faces were pale as they surrounded Long Chen and whispered to each other. Without a doubt, Long Chen must have killed them, slaughtering his compatriots and using such cruel means. This Long Chen is simply a demon. This time, Martial Paragon Wenren she is completely screwed. He found such an idiot. This guy won't be able to participate in the Sacred Martial Imperial Emperor's competition. Not to mention Emperor Shangwu, he will definitely be punished by the Hall of Cold Martial today. If he survives, I bet the entire Martial God Palace will protest. Moreover, he killed someone from the Hall of Cold Martial. Even Martial Sovereign Wenren she won't be able to protect him. You mean he will die for sure? That's doubtful. If he doesn't die, we will all be killed by him if he survives after killing so many people as soon as he came to the Martial God Palace. Everyone felt that it was a good point. Long Chen was an outsider and couldn't convince them at all. Get out of the way. At this moment, a stronger cultivator arrived. It turned out that Wenren Jingtao already knew of Long Chen's plan. Seeing that something big had happened, he hurriedly went to inform Wenren Shi. Wenren Shi was one of the 3 forces of the Martial God Palace. Many of his subordinates followed him here when such a big event happened. Among them were a few third-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators and above. There were also more than a dozen second-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators like Wenren Jingtao. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, as long as one was in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm or above, their status was very high. First-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm was already a highly respected person. Second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm was the core power of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm was usually a famous grandmaster, such as Wenren Jingtao. Third-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm and above was the peak existence of the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. Below the 3 martial ancestors, if they could survive the third-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm without dying, they were all geniuses that could shake the younger generation. The entire true Martial Emperor domain had billions of people and experts. All of them were gathered in a small place like the Martial God Palace. Long Chen had already come into contact with the highest level of the true Martial Emperor domain. Wenren she had always been calm, but when he saw such a scene, his delicate brows furrowed slightly. This was a little too ridiculous. He even thought of other things. This would definitely be very difficult to handle. As more and more people gathered to watch, this matter would definitely spread throughout the Martial God Palace in the shortest time possible. He sighed helplessly. Long Chen was already at a disadvantage in the Sacred Martial Emperor's position. He had just arrived and wasn't very popular. The people of the Martial God Palace were still rejecting him. Today, he had killed so many elites of the Martial God Palace. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, the Sacred Martial Emperor's position would be ruined. The Martial God Palace wanted to choose a righteous person who would sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The Martial God Palace wanted to choose the next Jinwu Emperor, not a maniac who would kill at the slightest provocation. Long Chen fell far short of the standard they had in mind. He did not fit the bill at all. From the whispers, Wenren she knew that things were not looking good. His plan was going to be ruined. Moreover, that person had also arrived. Wanren raised his head and saw a short and fat young man in a loose yellow robe standing opposite him with a group of experts who were not inferior to Wanren. It was the backer of the cold martial palace, Yi Futu. He was also the massacre martial venerable who had always been competing with Wanren. Wanren had always been low-key, but Yi Futu happened to be the opposite. Apart from them, many other scattered experts had arrived. Everyone understood what was going on. Their eyes filled with disgust were cast on Long Chen. If not for the two martial venerables being present, there would probably be people who couldn't help but go down and demand justice from Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected such a fight at first, but he had someone to rely on, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He had no regrets about what happened today. In the future, if anyone threatened the people he respected and loved like this, he would definitely not be merciful. As for what Wanren was thinking, Long Chen actually didn't think too much about it. He had come back to the true martial emperor palace for two reasons. One was that the true martial emperor had summoned him, and the other was to cultivate. Regarding the holy martial emperor, this was a big responsibility. It might not only bring benefits, so Long Chen hadn't decided to run for it himself. Not only would it be troublesome, but it would also be a thankless task. He had just arrived and was already so domineering. There were probably many people who didn't care about him. No matter where they were, newcomers had to be quiet. This was the rule. Under the angry gazes of so many experts, Long Chen was surprisingly calm. He looked around, and his eyes finally stopped on a man beside Yi Futu. Is this the little martial god Yang Chen? What a strange person. How should he put it? This was a young man. He was wearing very ordinary clothes, but they were also very messy. His appearance was also very sloppy, and his hair was unkempt. He looked a little like a beggar, but there was something strange about him. His eyes revealed a wild bestiality that surpassed most of the demon clan. Long Chen even felt that compared to the real demon clan, he was more like a wild beast, the kind that had no intelligence and only knew how to eat and attack. Yi Futu tied him firmly to his side, holding him with one hand and secretly exerting force. The little martial god Yang Chen's eyes kept sweeping across the crowd like a hungry beast, eager to pounce on someone. Under Yi Futu's control, he couldn't move at all. Long Chen felt that this Yang Chen was like a vicious dog led by Yi Futu, and this vicious dog was very fond of biting people. This guy doesn't seem to be conscious, but he's the strongest among the younger generation of true martial emperor palace. It's really strange. I can see that this guy's IQ isn't high, but if Feng Jilin and I didn't appear, the Saint Martial Emperor would definitely be him. How can he be the Saint Martial Emperor with this kind of IQ? Long Chen seemed to have guessed something. It seems that the waters of true martial emperor palace are deeper than I thought. Long Chen was a smart person, at least much smarter than the beast-like Yang Chen. He remained calm and waited for the others' reaction. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Long Chen still looked calm, which angered the crowd even more. At this moment, an old man with a head full of white hair descended from the sky. This old man had a sharp hooked nose, and his eyes were sharp. He looked dignified even without being angry. One look and anyone could tell that he was in a position of power. An eagle soaring in the sky was embroidered on his long robe. Long Chen squinted his eyes. Long Chen recognized this fellow. He was probably the late-stage third Nirvana Tribulation Palace Master of the Hanwu Palace. He was ranked in the top 20 of the Martial God Palace, perhaps even in the top 10. He was Yi Futu's disciple and probably one of Yi Futu's top generals. He looked around and stared at Long Chen like a falcon. He asked, "I'm the master of Hanwu Hall. Long Chen, what's going on?" His threatening gaze was filled with a murderous aura. Under his suppression, ordinary cultivators of the same level would have already knelt on the ground. He couldn't avoid today's trial, but Long Chen didn't care. He said calmly, "You guessed right. They were all killed by me." Long Chen's words caused a huge uproar. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this matter had nothing to do with Feng Jilin. Long Chen said this because he wanted to get rid of Feng Jilin first so that she wouldn't be in trouble. Chapter 1476. Long Chen shifted his gaze away from the strange little martial god, and focused on dealing with the hall master of the Cambrian Hall. He had already sensed that when he said those words, the entire martial god palace hated him. Although he didn't mind it, it wasn't a good thing. One Ren Jingtao and the others looked very anxious, and one Ren Shi's expression was not good either. Nan Gonglai, who cared about him the most, was even more anxious. He didn't expect that one day, he could make the people of the martial god palace look at him with such disgust. Today, he had ruined his reputation. This was probably the reason why One Ren Shi was in a bad mood. Long Chen knew that One Ren Shi wanted him to be the holy martial emperor, but his actions today had ruined his plan. The holy martial emperor was not just powerful and could be the best in battle. It required a combination of many factors. Although he had no regrets for Han Yunqing, he couldn't make things too awkward. So he said, I killed them because Fu Hai imprisoned my uncle Han Yunqing, and tortured him until he wished he was dead. My uncle Han is now in my divine nation. He is an elder I respect and has helped me a lot. As for why I had to kill Fu Hai, it was because Fu Hai planted a spirit-devouring goo in my uncle Han's body. This is a poisonous insect that can devour my uncle Han's soul if Fu Hai shakes the goo bell. If I didn't kill him and destroy the goo bell in his divine nation, my uncle Han would have died in his hands. As for why Fu Hai imprisoned my uncle Han and tortured him in such a despicable way, it was because Uncle Han and his adopted daughter were in love. He looked down on my Uncle Han in order to protect his reputation. Miss Fu Linger and Miss Feng can testify that I'm not lying. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning. Long Chen's thoughts were very clear. In just a few words, he had clearly summarized the entanglement between him and Fu Hai. At this time, Fu Linger also came out of the dungeon. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. She couldn't accept Fu Hai's death. After all, he was her benefactor. However, at this time, when everyone asked her for confirmation, she was not an ignorant person, so she nodded blankly and said, he's right. Those who were familiar with Fu Hai knew his temper. Some even knew that he had imprisoned Han Yunqing. Among the people around him, there were people who had given the spirit-devouring insect to Fu Hai. However, no one knew that Long Chen would appear and kill Fu Hai. Nonsense. The Hall Master of Cambrian was furious. Suddenly, a terrifying force swept over and pushed Long Chen back a few steps. Those who were immersed in the words of Long Chen also came to their senses when they heard the Hall Master of Cambrian's roar. Long Chen had made such a big mistake. How could he explain it with just a few words? The Hall Master of Cambrian chased after him and said, You said so much just to get the Hall Master of Cambrian to give you a lighter punishment. Let me tell you, there is no way. Your made-up reason is simply ridiculous. In addition, if Fu Hai really imprisoned Han Yunqing, why didn't you report it to the Hall Master of Cambrian? I am confident that I can handle this matter, but you did it yourself. You even killed more than a dozen unrelated General Cambrian. You used such cruel and merciless methods, yet you still managed to enter the martial god palace. It is really a miracle. I really don't know who was blind enough to bring you in. Seeing that the Hall Master of Cambrian was going overboard, Long Chen could not help but interrupt him and said, The one who brought me in is the Zhenwu Great Emperor. How dare you? The Hall Master of Cambrian was stunned and shut his mouth. Only then did he remember that the Zhenwu Great Emperor had summoned Long Chen. However, this was a great opportunity to take down One Ren Shi. Yi Futu had been waiting for a long time, so he could not mess this up. He had to be decisive and get rid of Long Chen completely. As the Hall Master of the Hanwu Palace, One Ren Shi had nothing to say, so he said loudly, Long Chen has killed a king of Hanwu and 15 generals of the Hanwu Palace. He has committed a grave sin, and this is the biggest case in the history of the martial god palace in thousands of years. Such a madman, after committing the crime, does not repent, and even contradicts me. He has no respect for the law, and is cruel and merciless. If he is allowed to stay in the martial god palace, who knows how many more disciples will die because of his ridiculous reason. Today, the evidence is conclusive, and I will enforce the law impartially. Today, I announce that the verdict is as follows. Long Chen will be sent to the Purgatory Fiend prison, to suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart, never to come out again. Long Chen had killed people and had a bad attitude. Not many people in the martial god palace had a good impression of him. Moreover, he was an outsider, but he was summoned by the Zhenwu Great Emperor. There were bound to be many people who were jealous of him. Although Long Chen's explanation was reasonable, there were still many people who wanted him dead. Although many people felt that the Hall Master of Cambrian's verdict was a bit harsh, at least they did not object. Two martial saints, what do you think of my verdict? The hall master of Cambrian ignored Long Chen and looked at Yi Futu and Wenren Shi with a humble attitude. The smiling Yi Futu and the smiling Buddha still didn't say a word, but they nodded in satisfaction. "Where is Wenren Wu Zun?" the hall master of Cambrian asked calmly. This was a big matter, so he wanted to seek the opinions of the two martial saints. At the same time, he wanted to put pressure on Wenren Shi. Long Chen's matter today had touched the fragile hearts of many people. At this moment, if Wenren Shi protected Long Chen at all costs, it would attract a lot of criticism. His reputation and status in the martial god palace would be greatly reduced. Under everyone's gaze, Wenren Shi remained calm. He did not say a word, leaving the hall master of Cambrian there. Suddenly Long Chen said, "So be it. Can you cut the crap and do it? After all, the people I killed were from the hall master of Cambrian. I did not expect the hall master of Cambrian to give me a fair trial. Earlier, some people even asked me why I did not report to the hall master of Cambrian first. Was I seeking death? Hall master of Cambrian, you should stop bragging about yourself. The entire hall master of Cambrian is just a lackey of some people. Stop pretending to be refined in front of me." Although Long Chen's words had helped Wenren Shi out, he had said something that should not be said. The people from the hall master of Cambrian had an ugly expression on their faces. Only Yi Futu, who was being attacked by Long Chen head-on, didn't make a sound. He was indeed a terrifying person. Long Chen was very straightforward. He was not a mediocre person, and he had never treated the martial emperor palace as a place where he could stay for long. Other people were respectful to Yi Futu and the hall master of Cambrian, but Long Chen had been framed and bullied. Why should he be polite? The hall master of Cambrian sneered, "I will personally take care of this case. I will capture Long Chen. Get rid of the irrelevant people." His words were directed at Feng Jilin. Long Chen grabbed Feng Jilin and did not let her leave. He raised his head proudly and smiled at the hall master of Cambrian. "Can I say that you can't touch me?" The hall master of Cambrian seemed to have heard a big joke. With his strength, he could subdue Long Chen with one move. Even Wenren Shi was speechless. But Long Chen said he couldn't touch him? "Don't worry. The fiend purgatory is very fun. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life." The hall master of Cambrian attacked as soon as he spoke. As expected, his strength was at a level that Long Chen could not touch. He had passed 3 nirvana tribulations and had even cultivated to the late stage. It was very likely that he could enter 4 nirvana tribulations in the future. This hall master of Cambrian was very powerful. But just as he was about to attack, the person that Long Chen was waiting for finally arrived. "Stop!" An elegant woman, who looked like a lotus flower that had grown out of the mud, stood in front of Long Chen. The crowd had not seen this woman for a long time, so they suddenly realized who she was. She was the most mysterious of the 3 martial venerables, the one who was closest to the Zhenwu Great Emperor, Lin Junyao. Many people had seen her fight, but they all knew that she was the most powerful one among the 3 martial venerables. What was Lin Junyao doing here? The crowd was confused. Seeing her standing in front of Long Chen, they suddenly had a bad feeling. "Greetings, Martial Venerable Lin." The hall master of Cambrian had to salute. Lin Junyao glanced at him and then said to the crowd, "The great emperor has ordered that Long Chen is his honored guest. No one can touch him. Today's matter is over." As soon as the words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. How can this be? Is this really what the great emperor said? No way. Long Chen made such a big mistake today. He can't just let him go like this. How can he convince the crowd? How can he convince the crowd? Those who were also from the Hall of Cambrian were the ones who made the most noise. Hearing this news, Yi Futu, who was all smiles and seemed to have no other expression, was stunned for a moment. Then, he recovered his smile. Wenren Shi's eyes flashed as he glanced at Yi Futu. Then, he led the people behind him and left the place. He was the one who left the fastest. Silence. Lin Juanyao's words silenced everyone, causing those who were passionately resisting to shut their mouths. Only then did Lin Junyao continue. "Is it because the emperor hasn't appeared for too long that you even dare to doubt his decisions?" Haha. Her words sent chills down the spines of the crowd. Yes, it was the great emperor's decision. And the great emperor was the deity of the Zhenwu Great Emperor Palace. The crowd could not help but shut their mouths. Fear had suppressed their unwillingness. Among them, many were not from the Hall of Cambrian. Long Chen had no choice. He did everything for Han Yunxing. He could not explain the deaths of so many people. Everyone had to die. If they did not die, Han Yunxing would not be able to live. Although it had affected everyone's impression of him, and no matter how he explained, they would not listen to his explanation. But in the end, Long Chen did not regret it. The great emperor wants to talk to you. Come with me. Lin Junyao said one last sentence and left with Long Chen. After they left, the crowd was in despair. Why did this outsider, this murderer, have the honor of meeting the great emperor twice? What was wrong with the great emperor? Unwillingness and awe intertwined. The crowd's faces were very ugly until Long Chen completely disappeared. Arg! Hallmaster Hanwu roared and stomped his foot on the ground. He looked up and saw that Yi Futu had left without him noticing. Master is truly angry this time, Yi Zichen muttered. The Hallmaster of Cambrian sighed.